Make sure to check out Jake's podcast. Just search for Blackstone Intel Report on your favorite podcast provider. Jake doesn't just entertain, he teaches. Blackstone Intel reports are often so densely packed with information that it can be hard to take it all in. If you'd like copies of Jake's Blackstone reports, become a paid subscriber of $5 or more at Substack or Patreon. Way you can support Jake's work is to become a Blackstone Intel channel member on YouTube. Click on the Blackstone profile picture and look for the button that says Join. You'll see different pricing options as low as $3.99 per month. This will give you access to perks, including loyalty badges and custom emojis that only members can use during live streams. Jake's live streams include segments designed for paid channel members to show off their status and use their exclusive emojis. So sign up today to become a Blackstone Intel channel member.
In a world of smokescreens, psychological warfare, and carnival barking liars in press suits, the truth is harder to find than a congressman with a conscience. It's all a bunch of damn lies. But here at Blackstone Intelligence, Jake don't chase the narrative. This crazy sumbitch dismantles it. Y'all, my boy grinds official stories up into fine powder and snorts the sweet schnitzel to fuel his fire. Are you starving for facts the global elites don't want you to hear? You got the munchies for intel you won't hear from all them war pig politicians. Well, sit back, spark up your brainstem, and prepare to inhale the intoxicating fumes of unfiltered truth. Let's get Blackstone.
Let's get Blackstone. Welcome, everyone. Good evening to you. I'll tell you what, it must be the topic that I put in the in the title here that looks like YouTube is not sending my stream out to my subscribers. We've got what is this? How many people we got watching out there right now? We got like Out of out of nearly 200,000 subscribers, we've got about 31 viewers right now. Thank you, YouTube, for your absolute devotion to the exchange of diverse opinions and information. Really appreciate that. Anyway, we are going to go ahead and plug along here. Hopefully we'll pick up some more viewers as time goes on. One thing that might help is if you guys would take a second to hit that like button on the video out there. Maybe that'll help bump us up a little bit in the algorithm and get some folks in here, because I got some stuff to say. Now, my goal tonight is to take about 1 hour. Okay, I normally shoot for 2 hours and end up generally with about 4 hours. So my goal is 1 hour tonight. I've been working this week on trying to get myself to bed earlier. I'm a total insomniac. I'm usually up until about 6 in the morning before I get to bed, because a lot of my contacts that I use for information are over in the Middle East, and I can't really talk to them on my time because they're asleep over there. So I've just gotten in the habit of being awake all night. But anyway, I've been trying, now that my son is back in school. He's in high school now, but we do a kind of a homeschool co-op thing where he goes a handful of days a week to a place where they've got hundreds of students there. So he's got lots of friends, and he signs up for classes, but it's a lot more under local control. If someone is pushing some ideology that the parents don't like, we can speak up and generally get things fixed pretty quick. I like having the control there that you don't have with regular public school. Most of my kids went through public school. I'm not a great big fan of a lot of the alternatives to public schools out there, but we just kind of do it the way that we do it. We want to have as much influence over our children's education as we can so that they can learn the truth about how the world really works and not what these textbooks tell them, or what the personal ideology of the not so bright public educators want them to believe. Because, a lot of you guys know this. I went back to school mid-2000s to 2010, around there. Went back to school to get a teaching degree and went through the program, and I knew it was bad, but oh my gosh, it was appalling. Nothing that I wrote, and you guys know I'm no dummy. I can argue one issue or another. I can look at both sides of an issue, but they would give me these kind of social topics to, since my degree was like teaching history, they'd give me an assignment. I'd write my stuff up, and they'd send it back to me and say, "You're not displaying appropriate teaching dispositions," was the thing on the rubric that I'd get the most often. And occasionally I'd get a school counselor wanting to talk to me and tell me that I was not being very kosher with what I was writing. Like, there are multiple sides to stories, and I like to get a balanced view, not just what you're going to hear on CNN. They're like, well, and they basically said, if you want to pass this, get through your degree program, you got to get in line. I never would. I was willing to get bumped out of the program before I gave up, but it was a struggle. Man, it was a struggle to get through school, sticking to my principles. They did not like me. So anyway, I was like, man, the school system has gotten so bad. But anyway, enough about that. Welcome to you all. I see Scott Harris out there, the Jenna Effect. That's right, Jenna. Fred Onions 87 Fredericks, good to see you. Bogoljub, I can't even pronounce your name. Georgievic. would be my guess. And of course, kicking off the show is Flick Off, who is off to milk his cows there in New Zealand. So thank you, Flick Off, for that donation. To those of you who sent me letters this week, thank you so much. You'll be getting my responses soon. And if any of you would like a letter from me, just write to me at Jake Morphonios, P.O. Box 1333, Kernersville, North Carolina, 27285. And for those of you who won prizes in my last live stream, sorry, I was late getting them out, but it's on the way to you, so you should have it before too long. Tonight's show format is this. We're going to spend about 30 minutes talking about the main subject of tonight's show, which is Israel's Ben Gurion Canal project and how it relates to Israel's destruction of Gaza. And that is a direct response to request from one of our loyal viewers who was hoping to get a little on this topic. Now, after we do that, we'll do our 2-minute music interlude, and then we'll have a quick game of Hangstein. Why do we call it Hangstein instead of Hangman? Because the little guy on the thing, we just pretend he's Jeffy, and he didn't hang himself. This guy's not going to hang himself, nor does our air freshener hang itself, which is one of our prizes for the Hangman game. So if you would like to have a chance at playing the Hangman game tonight, and you want to win one of these Jeff Epstein pretend air fresheners that say this air freshener didn't hang itself, all you need to do is make a super chat donation of $1 or more. $1 gets you put into the Hangman game. Now, if you make a donation of $5 or more, that's going to give you a chance to be in not only the Hangman game, but a bonus drawing where at the end, anyone who's made a donation of $5 or more, your name goes on a slip. You go in the Blackstone biohazard jar. We'll shake it up and select someone else, and you'll have an extra chance to win a prize. So prizes for tonight are going to be either, it's going to be your choice of a Jeff Epstein, this air freshener didn't hang itself, or a 1-month free subscription to the Blackstone Substack report, or the Blackstone Patreon, or the Blackstone YouTube channel subscriber, channel membership. So any of those, your choice. All you got to do is make a donation there. But first, before we get into our main topic tonight, I'd like to mention a new segment that I'm going to do from time to time going forward. I'm going to be sharing viewer mail, letters that you guys send in with permission. I'll share excerpts from some of the mail bag. Also, some of the voicemails that you guys leave. Now, the phone number is 303-900-FART. Yes, that is actually the number. 303-900-FART. And we have that number with the normal numbers scrolling at the bottom on the main screen as I'm talking. So you're welcome to call, leave a voicemail message. You can identify yourself or not, doesn't matter. It can be anything. You can leave your thought on a particular topic. Remember, brevity counts, so the more long-winded you are, probably the less likely I'm going to be to play all of it. I anticipate plenty of trolls. We'll probably get plenty of people calling me a Nazi and stuff like that. That's fine. Maybe we'll have a little fun with those messages too, if we get some. But anyway, you're welcome to call, leave a voicemail, and just know that anything you say can and will be used against you on this show. So let's go ahead and get started here. Fred says, folks, how do I donate here in chat? Yeah, So you should have somewhere on there a little button that looks like a dollar bill in the chat next to where you can leave a chat message. And I think that's how you can do a super chat donation, but I'll leave it to others to go through that, explain that to you. Already got messages coming in. I'm going to turn off my ringer over here so that I've got this alternate. If you think that this is my personal phone number, you are mistaken. That's not mine. It is one of the vanity numbers I use, but it'll ring through to my main phone. Let me know I've gotten a message. So let me turn my ringer off so it's not disturbing me. Anyway, thank you to whoever just called in. I won't share it this show. We'll do it in a subsequent show. But anyway, let's talk about our favorite nation, the State of Israel. As you all know, Israel is and always has been my favorite country on earth. Let's switch over here where I can show you some of the geography we're going to be talking about. Bear with me here. All right. There we go. Let's start out by talking just a little bit about the Suez Canal in general. So here's the Earth. Let's do our geography. Here's Europe. There's Africa. Here's Asia over here. You've got Saudi Arabia, Yemen, so on and so forth. We zoom in to the state of Egypt, along with its Sinai Peninsula. Here's little Israel over here. Let me take these labels off. I forgot to turn off my labels. There we go. All right. Suez Canal. Suez Canal opened here, and here's Suez. Here's the Gulf of Suez. You can see that it's connected here to the Red Sea. The Gulf of Suez connects to the Red Sea, which connects over here to the Pacific, South Pacific, I guess. Used to be, to get oil or anything around from the Atlantic, you can't go through, you can come through the isthmus here. Now you're in the Mediterranean, but you can't get anywhere. So what ships would have to do is go around the southern tip of Africa all the way back up. But now, for coming from the Pacific, with the creation of the Suez Canal, they can come up the Red Sea, come up through the Gulf of Suez, right on up here, and see this shipping lane here. Cargo vessels, other ships can come through. So very, very important development. They opened it in 1867. It revolutionized global shipping, shortened the route between Europe and Asia, avoids that long passage around Africa. And today, about 13% of the world trade remains essential for energy exports. Trade and energy goes through here, absolutely essential. In 1956, we had kind of a crisis, because what happened is that Egypt decided to nationalize the canal. And that triggered the 1956 Suez crisis. And that underscored the strategic importance of this canal. And for the last 150 years, the Suez Canal has been one of the most valuable choke points on Earth. narrow hinge between two seas, between the two markets of Europe and Asia. Nearly 1 in every 7 container ships goes through it. Back in March of 2021, not that long ago, there was a vessel called the Ever Given that ran aground, and it clogged the shipping lane, and it basically blocked the Suez Canal for about 6 days. And it brought a significant part of the shipments, the ocean-borne shipments, came to a halt. Reminded the world how fragile our system is and how important the Suez Canal is, but also how profitable it is, because over 6 days, billions of dollars were lost due to this stalled trade. The incident raised an issue that Zionist elites have been talking about for years. What if there was a parallel canal under the control of Israel? What if Israel controlled something like the Suez Canal, that instead of going up this way, came this direction, went through Israel, and came out into the Mediterranean? What if? Boy, what a great thing that would be, because instead of Egypt getting all of the money for the transfers, Israel would get it. It would also prevent Egypt and Arab states that may want to influence down here, the Egyptians, the Arabs, may try and close the Red Sea, sections of the Red Sea, or even the Suez Gulf, and prevent the United States from bringing ships through to come to the aid of Israel in the event of some big attack. So this issue of the canal has energized planners, investors, intelligence strategists for generations. And in Israel, the goal has been something of a wet dream, no pun intended, a rival canal slicing through this Negev desert, linking the Red Sea to the Mediterranean, stealing Egypt's golden artery of revenue. So I'm going to give you an overview of this Zionist dream and how the devastation of Gaza up here functions as one of the kind of 4 crucial corner pieces of this puzzle. And welcome out there in the chat to Cicero. Yay, you made it. And Cicero, I mentioned at the top of the show, the prizes were a little bit delayed going out this week, but I've got your item on the way. You should get that in just a handful of days. Sorry about that delay. All right, so during, let me switch screens here. We'll come back to this in a second. During Donald Trump's first administration, we had his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, very good friends, his whole family, his dad especially, but Kushner, Jared Kushner himself, friend of Benjamin Netanyahu. As I've said before, Netanyahu was such good friends with the Kushner family that when he would travel to the United States, sometimes stay in New Jersey, he would stay at the Kushner home. In fact, when Jared was still a teenager, Benjamin Netanyahu would sleep in the room of Jared Kushner. That's how close this family was to Netanyahu. So Kushner, during the first Trump administration, helped to broker a set of money-making projects for rich Zionists and for their allies, the Saudi investors. Group of projects that came to be known as the Abraham Peace Accords, an Orwellian name for basically a capitalist dream, a wet dream of massive financial profits for some of these people, including the military-industrial complex. And Kushner certainly played a big role in that because he's got Benjamin Netanyahu whispering in his ear. And subsequently, after leaving the White House in early 2021, Kushner founded a private equity firm called Affinity Partners. And within about 6 months, Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, this is a sovereign wealth fund overseen by Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The Saudi Public Investment Fund dropped $2 billion into Jared Kushner's firm. Drain the swamp my ass. Donald Trump brought in really rotten people, including his own family members, who basically used their time in the White House for personal enrichment. But skipping back to October 2020, following the Abraham Accords, Israel's state-owned Europe-Asia Pipeline Company signed a deal with the United Arab Emirates, a company called the Emirati Med-Red Land Bridge. Med-Red, Mediterranean Red Sea. Med-Red Land Bridge. Signed a deal to transport oil from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean via the Eilat-Ashkelon pipeline. Soon after, Israel announced work on something called the Ben Gurion Canal. They said that they were hoping to start at mid-2021 in conjunction with all of this activity going on. The project is tied to broader geopolitical struggles, of course, particularly the United States' efforts to counter China's Belt and Road Initiative, which we don't hear much about in the news anymore, but during that first Trump administration, a lot of people were talking about it. It was basically a route that would shift control of shipping corridors and ports. So this is part of the West's attempt to counter China's Belt and Road Initiative. Then you've got regional partners like Saudi Arabia who see potential benefits, especially as it positions its futuristic Nome City as a hub for banking and international trade. So the idea of this Ben Gurion Canal, it's not new. Back in the 1960s, U.S. scientists under Project Plowshare drew up some serious declassified studies for using, or declassified now, but they were classified at the time. Studies for using nuclear blasts, hundreds of nuclear bombs, to carve a waterway across Israel's desert so they could build a new canal. This plan literally involved using 500 nuclear devices to vaporize the stone and the sand through the Negev desert, turn it into a deep trench, deep enough to float ships. And this would be easier than working with an existing waterway, because to build a canal like the Suez, you have to be able to get in there and dredge out the silt and the dirt and everything. And you've got to first drain the water out, and it's a big mess. It's actually easier and cheaper to just build a new canal system that doesn't have water in it yet. Don't just expand an existing waterway, but it does involve using nuclear weapons, was this plan. Sounds insane now, but the files have been declassified. This is not something that they were just talking about. This was something they intended to do. So the dream of this Israeli-controlled canal was alive even back then in the 60s. They didn't originally call it the Ben Gurion Canal. That name came out later, attached to the idea as they were discussing it in the 1990s, and then, of course, revived in the 2020s and thrust back into the headlines by blogs and viral posts that were talking about this announcement by Israel that construction was going to start in 2021. Now, that did not happen. No diggers moved, no budgets were actually passed, and the project kind of remained in a state of vapor. But the goal has always refused to die, because the logic behind it is clear. Whoever controls a canal like that controls global trade flows. And if you control the flow of trade through a canal, you get billions of dollars in fees annually to allow ships to transit. Okay, so there's a lot of money to be made here. If you look past the speculation, you'll find something a lot more concrete. You'll find projects that already exist. Let's go back. Let's go back over here. First project is, give me a second here. Move some stuff around. All right. So the first project is the Eilat-Ashkelon pipeline that I mentioned a minute ago. Originally, this pipeline was built in secret in concert with Iran. This is back in the 1960s. But today, the pipeline is run by Israel's state-owned petroleum company, the Eilat-Ashkelon pipeline company. Now, in 2020, the pipeline company signed a very lucrative deal with the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, to ship Gulf oil through the Suez. To ship it to Europe, through Israel to Europe, by bypassing the Suez altogether. Don't have to go through the Suez anymore. You just go from Eilat up through the Negev and out Israel, just north of Gaza in Ashkelon. Critics said, look, this is going to devastate coral reefs down in Eilat. But from an economic perspective, it was just too much money to be made, because crude shipping from the Red Sea, profits at Ashkelon, leaving Egypt on the sidelines, too good. Too good to pass up on that. All right. Next, we've got the second thing to come out of all this is rail. Over and over, Israeli leaders keep reviving these plans for a high-speed freight line to go from Eilat to Ashdod and Haifa. In 2023, Benjamin Netanyahu boasted about a $27 billion rail expansion aimed not only at Israel's ports, but one day linking all the way down to Saudi Arabia. And the project keeps stalling and then reviving and then stalling and reviving. But the intention is always the same. Containers come off ships down in the Red Sea. They speed across the Negev, reload on the Mediterranean. So you've got a land bridge. You don't need a canal. Here's one of the problems, though, with all of this. You've got the doggone Houthis down there in Yemen, probably the only people on the face of the planet who are actually doing something substantial to stand with the people of Palestine are the Houthis down in Yemen. They have been the only ones. Now, Iran does their fair share, of course, but as far as like just disproportionate to their size and power, the Houthis have been tenacious in fighting on behalf of the Palestinians. And one of the things they do is the Houthis like to sink tankers in the Red Sea. Okay, look at this. The Suez itself is weakening. Houthi attacks in the Red Sea slashed traffic in 2024, slashed traffic in 2025. It has cut Egypt's canal revenues almost in half. They went from a record of $10 billion to about not quite half that. To cut the canal revenues down to around $4 to $7 billion, but did that in a single year as a result of the Houthi attacks. So every crisis in the Suez, while it makes for good propaganda for the Zionists and the other investors who are pushing for this alternative. They're saying, look, we can't let the Houthis control everything. Look what they're doing. We need an alternative. And this is where Gaza comes in. Since the war that started in October of 2023, Israel has not just bombed Gaza, they've obliterated it. They've bulldozed it. Take a look at some of these pictures. Here's Gaza. Look at it. Pulls out even further as we just go out a little bit. Look at this destruction. As if these people had anything to do with the October 7th attacks. Look at that. And then pulling out, it just, the destruction goes on and on and on and on. Entire belts of land along the border have been turned into sterile buffer zones, while the world has watched like a bunch of pansies standing by. Why? Because our governments see too much money to be made. Yeah, sure. It's kind of like back with the way that we drove out the Native Americans. Everybody knew it was wrong. But too many opportunities to keep expanding. Too much benefit. Yeah, it comes at the expense of the indigenous people, but, what are they contributing economically? And you justify these powerful interests, justify doing terrible, awful things to an largely unarmed, or at least an insufficiently armed people that can't fight back. And that's what we're doing to the Palestinians today. And I want you guys to think about this. And I say this all the time when people challenge me and say, oh, well, you have no right, Jake, to say anything about what's going on over there to the Palestinian people because you live in America and I don't see you giving up your land to the American Indians. My counter to that is, first of all, sorry, but we wiped most of them out. There hardly any left to ask for lands. Second of all, they're not asking me for my lands. If they were, I guess there'd be a discussion to be had. Although here in North Carolina, we do have some Indian reservations, especially in Cherokee. But and I'm not, I don't have Cherokee in me, but I did establish that I actually do have Algonquin in my bloodline. But anyway, and a reverend years ago that married the Algonquin chief's, one of his daughters. But anyway, the issue, though, is this. I didn't live back then. I didn't enslave blacks. I didn't participate in the African slave trade. So I'm not responsible for that. I also did not participate in the displacement of the American Indians. I can't go back and change what happened, but I live today. I can only do what I can in the present. And in the present day in which I live, there is a systematic genocide and ethnic cleansing taking place. And I can speak out about that. I can't go back in time and fix what has already happened, but I can take a stand today and do what I can to try and make a difference when I do have some influence. And that is why I have been writing about this for decades now, but doing YouTube videos about it since 2012. I've been doing this a long time, talking about this issue. So, respectfully, to those that tell you You don't have any right to talk about this because you live in America and they displaced the American Indians. We can do what we can if something comes up. There's not really a big push right now by the American Indians for, they're not really asking for land back that I'm aware of. I've certainly not seen it, but what I am aware of is genocide. And so I have an obligation to speak out and to call on my fellow Americans whose taxes are being taken and distributed to Israel to purchase more weapons and to displace the indigenous peoples of Palestine. I can't speak out. So for the person who is saying you have no right to speak out, my response is you have no right to be silent. And if you are the kind of person who remains silent today, or you're the kind of person who makes excuses or justifies what Israel is doing, if we take your same personality and your same actions and just move it back in time to the time that the American Indians were displaced, we know which side you would have been on. You would have been one of the colonizers, while people like me who are speaking out against it at personal expense more than likely would have been among the people speaking out against this back at that time. Can't say I wasn't there. I can only speak to what I experienced today. And so for anyone who's making excuses today for Israel's genocide or saying it's not a genocide, it's not whatever, I'm on the right side of history here, not you. Not you. So anyway, let's take a look at this corridor here. This is the Netzarim corridor. Okay, got the Gaza Strip here. It's not a real thing. It's just something that Israel calls it, the Netzarim corridor. It cuts Gaza in two. It runs east to west under Israeli military control. Human rights groups, United Nations agencies, they've documented how these zones are not just temporary, they're engineered. They have flattened out the land, they have flattened out the structures all throughout this zone. They've depopulated it, and they have essentially established a permanent corridor that is vacant. Back in October 2023, Israel's own intelligence ministry drafted something they called a concept paper that bluntly proposed moving the entire population of Gaza out of Palestine and down into Egypt's Sinai Desert. The idea was first you put them in tent cities and kind of say, yeah, we'll bring you back. Eventually, we'll let you come back. But the idea is turn these tent cities into permanent towns. Never, ever let them come back to Gaza. This blueprint was real. And we see that by mid-2025, this year, there have been new waves of displacement taking place, with talk of pushing another 1 million Palestinians south. They just keep moving them back and forth. They keep them mobile. So the Netzarim corridor split Gaza in half, separating the coastal enclaves north from the rest of the strip in the south. It's an imaginary line. There's no actual borders there, but it was drawn up by IDF field commanders. Anyone who passes through this corridor, enters into it, what does Israel do? They shoot them and they kill them immediately. You consider them terrorists because they're traveling through this corridor. The Israeli military declared that the two entry points that they set up for this corridor are off limits. They said, if you try and go through here, through these no-go zones that flank the Salah al-Din Road in central Gaza and the Al-Rashid Coastal Highway, these are routes that have been carrying the bulk of civilians fleeing south from the north throughout this whole conflict. They've said, you go through here and you're dead. And that has been the case. And the corridor itself has become a lifeline and a trap. Because those who are escaping the ruins of northern Gaza, this is the only way they can get into the south. For those that are being crushed in these overcrowded shelters, facing intolerable conditions where they now have disease spreading horribly right now, and doctors are being denied the chance to go in and treat them. This is the only way back to the north. They can't get to their homes without traveling through this corridor, but that gets them killed. So whichever direction you're going, from the north to the south or the south to the north, the journey is just fraught with lethal risk. Terrible, terrible conditions. Now, what does this have to do with a canal or a pipeline or any of this? What's the connection? Let me turn off this picture here. All right. Well, it has everything to do with it because infrastructure needs corridors. Corridors need control. Control is easier when you get rid of the people who live in those corridors. When they're gone, you don't have to worry about the security risks. You don't have to worry about all of that. So looking at the Ben-Gurion Canal idea, this was the old way of looking at it, going up from Eilat down at the north end of the Gulf of Aqaba, going up through the Negev desert, crossing through, and coming out just to the north of Israel, just to the north of Gaza, at Ashkelon. That was the idea before all of this mess started. Let's build a canal to rival the Suez Canal. Canal would be a great idea, but then they figured out, you know what? It's actually quicker if we don't have to go all the way up north. What if we just cut straight through the middle of Gaza? It would be straighter. It would be faster. It would be cheaper than one that has to detour north through additional Israeli desert. A pipeline or freight rail that crosses the Gaza Strip would be a whole lot simpler to guard if you don't have anybody living there, if you don't have Palestinians there who could potentially try and sabotage the tracks or drop mines or something in the canal. But even if the Ben-Gurion Canal itself never materializes, clearing out Gaza serves the same function. It creates a sterilized zone for Israeli-controlled logistics. And the profits, they would flow to a tight circle of Israeli state companies and to their investors, companies like the Eilat-Ashkelon Pipeline Company, the EAPC. That's just one, notoriously secretive, shielded from transparency laws. Their deals are mostly hidden from public view. But you would have transit fees, you'd have oil transfers, you'd have logistics parks. These are annuities, rent streams that are worth billions and billions of dollars every single year. To the dispossessed, they're ashes. To the boardrooms, they're gold. Just depends on who's in control. And that's why critics of this canal call the plan diabolical, because the war maps that we see today and have been watching since October 2023, the war map is starting to look like an engineering plan. This humanitarian catastrophe is not accident. It's not collateral damage the way that Israeli propagandists say. What we're looking at is an excavation of Gaza. Let's go back to Google Earth a second here. Now, over here, looking back at Egypt again. So we've got over here. This is where the Israeli canal would go, up this way, through the desert, crossing through the middle of Gaza out into the Mediterranean. Over here, you've got the rival, the original Egypt's Suez Canal. Israel's potential canal is an existential threat because every ton of crude or cargo that passes through the Suez is money in Israel's pocket. But if it is diverted, that's money out of Egypt's pocket. And it weakens Cairo's already fragile economy. In 2024, as a result of the pipeline that was built, and as a result of some of the other geopolitical mess going on, Cairo's revenue plummeted by billions of dollars. So if we have a rival route controlled by Israel, it would hammer Egypt's finances while boosting Israel's leverage over Europe and Asia. Think about that. Do we in the West want a genocidal, Nazi-esque regime run by maniacs like Itamar Ben-Gvir, Eilat-Ashkelon, Benjamin Netanyahu? Do we want these kinds of genocidal maniacs in charge of the world, a significant part of the world's economy? Don't you think for a second that Israel would pass up on the chance to use this against us, to manipulate America into doing whatever Israel wants? Investors know it, strategists know it, Israeli leaders know it. Now, often inside Israel, the secular and religious camps over here in Jerusalem and over in Tel Aviv, they're often clashing. But when it comes to this canal, their interests converge. You've got the secularist argument that says, look, our logistics lifeline has to be free from Egyptian leverage or from Arab pressure. Then over here, you've got the religious nationalist argument saying that Gaza's suffering is just the price of Jewish permanence in the land. If you want the Jews to be safe, if you want to avoid another Holocaust, you got to strip the land, plant the Israeli flag, and make the land serve the interests of Israel instead of the interests of the indigenous Palestinians. But together, the secular and the religious nationalist propaganda there, it all goes together. Economic enrichment, territorial expansion, marches in step. The result is a map that is not made for peace, but made for Israeli control. So, we come back to that original premise. Is Israel digging a massive canal through Gaza right now? No, not yet. That 2021 start date didn't materialize as they had hoped. But then again, originally the idea was to avoid the Gaza Strip and go north of it. Now that Netanyahu has announced against the wishes of his own people that Israel is going to go back in, reignite or re-expand the war in Gaza, we know why. There's no threat. The Palestinians pose no threat. How many attacks have there been in Jerusalem, in the surrounding areas outside of Gaza since October 2023? Virtually nothing has happened other than the ongoing regular conflicts between the radical settlers of the Israeli settlers and the farmers and people there that are being harassed. Other than that, there's no military threat against Israel. There's no threat of terrorism against Israel. So why is Israel going to go back into Gaza and liberate Gaza City? That's because they want something a lot more than just security. They want to make money. blood of Palestinians equals money in the pockets of these maniacs. They want to have a monopoly over this route. And Gaza's destruction and the ethnic cleansing makes the path available for that end game. There's already pipelines and rails in motion. Gaza's depopulation is already happening. Every dollar that Egypt loses is a dollar that Israel hopes to gain. And that's why I said that Israel's wet canal dream is very much alive. Because even if they fail at getting this waterway carved out with their, however they choose to do it, whether it's with nuclear weapons or with more conventional methods, the project itself represents this vision of enrichment and dominance and displacement that serves the interests of very powerful Zionists, whether they are Jewish Zionists or non-Jewish Zionists. It's the same. All of these pieces fit together too neatly to ignore. So let's call it what it is. This is not a war. This is an excavation. This is a canal cut in blood, whether or not ships ever sail through it. This is just one more reason to add to the mountain of reasons we already have to take a stand against the evil state of Israel and all those who enable it. And that includes the current Trump administration that is bought and paid for with Zionist megadollars. Now, you can make excuses for Trump. That's fine. The world is full of useful idiots. Tyrants can't rise to power without hordes of useful idiots. But do us all a favor. If you're going to be making excuses for Trump doing everything in his power to protect and serve Israel and its rich globalist backers, don't insult the rest of us by saying that Trump is trying to drain the swamp. You know he's not draining the swamp. He's helping to excavate new swamps like the Gurion Canal so that he can throw up some Trump towers along the canal front to satisfy his own hubris, make a few more dollars off the blood of the innocent children of Palestine along the way. If you can't look and see the way that Donald Trump is shielding the people connected to the Epstein files who were compromised, both those who financed Epstein's operations and those who were caught and ensnared by those operations. If you can't see what Trump is doing, if you want to tell yourself he's not in the files, he's not done anything wrong, Trump hasn't done anything wrong, fine, believe that if you want. But what is the alternative explanation that you offer? Because look at what he's doing. Look at the benefits that Ghislaine Maxwell has received from Donald Trump. Look at all of the people that were Epstein's chief defenders who are now in the Trump inner circle. What is Trump doing if he's not protecting himself? He's protecting someone. And when you just connect the dots from the mega group investors, people like Les Wexner, down to people that may have been ensnared in it, Trump is protecting a network of people connected to Jeff Epstein. There's a reason that Jeff Epstein was killed while Trump was in office. There's a reason why, now that Trump is back in office, every effort is being made to keep Ghislaine Maxwell very happy and as comfortable as possible, while doing everything in his power using former Epstein attorneys and allies of Epstein's attorneys like Pam Bundy to shut down the investigation and prevent people like us from getting the details about Epstein's operation. Very sinister stuff going on. Well, that is my Blackstone report for tonight. I hope that it raised your hackles a little bit. And let me take a second here to say thank you to the couple of folks that have made the donations. Once again, Flick Off started us off with a donation at the top of the show. Thank you, my good friend. Then we had Fred Onions 87 Fredericks, who made a donation. Thank you, sir. Next, we had Dennis, who gave a nice donation and said, thank you, Jake. Thank you for speaking out. Some of us know what risk you're taking, and we're all grateful. You're a hero in my book. Hey, that's the kind of great advertising that just makes me so happy. Dennis, thank you. You're very kind to say that. Thank you so much. Joel Dalton is back in the chat saying, and America will pay for it. Win-win. Oh, yeah. Scott Harris says, don't forget Smotrich. We can't forget Smotrich. Not with a name like that. Smotrich, part of Netanyahu's cabinet that is one of the most wicked. I mean, but I would say that Ben-Gvir is probably worse than Smotrich, but sometimes I'm not sure. Smotrich is pretty doggone evil. Old Dirty Shinobi, thank you for the donation, says, we're not getting the full files, Q-tards and MAGAs. That's right. We're not getting anything. They are not going to release anything voluntarily unless it is so redacted that there's nothing of use in it, or if it's just fluff that they know they can let out that's not going to lead any of us closer to the truth. That's why we need congressional investigation. We need for the U.S. Congress to demand that these files be made public, and not a few of them. We need the entire dossier that they have to be opened to the public. Sure, redact the victims' names. That's not hard to do. That is not hard to do. You don't have to redact a lot. And we know this because during the original Palm Beach County investigation into Epstein, that's what they did. They investigated some of it. Some of it was released, and the names of the victims were redacted. But they still let a lot of information out, which is why the public knows as much as we do about, how evil and awful Epstein is to begin with, because of what was released. If it wasn't for that, we would know nothing. But that's the very reason that we need these files released, because how many other Epsteins are there out there? How many Ghislaine Maxwells are there out there that whose names are right now in these files, who have either provided financing to this Israeli intelligence operation or who have been ensnared by it? People likely like Bill Richardson, former governor, Democrat governor of New Mexico. Hey, I want to take a second to thank Old Dirty Shinobi. He has done something that nobody has ever done in the show before. A couple of weeks ago, I opened up for the first time the YouTube channel memberships. And one thing that you can do that supports me is you can purchase gift memberships that benefit other people. And so we have here Joel Dalton, Christian Palmer, Hairway to Stephen, Ted Bruce, and Shrug04 just received gift memberships from Old Dirty Shinobi. Old Dirty Shinobi, you are awesome. Thank you. You're the first person to ever do that, and I really appreciate it. And it supports the community. Now, if you're not already a channel subscriber, let me put the link in here so you guys can see it. What you get are access to some additional emojis that only you guys have access to, but you also get my Blackstone reports. You get some other data that is exclusive. So anyway, thank you, Old Dirty Shinobi, for that. All right, here's what we're going to do. I am going to, in a moment, put on our 2-minute music interlude. During that 2-minute music interlude, anyone who wants to be part of the contest, the Hangman game, to either win a Jeff Epstein air freshener or your choice, a free subscription for a month to either my Patreon, YouTube channel, or Substack for a month. You can have one of that. So let me start the music, and then you can get your donations. And remember, anyone who donates $5 or more, you actually have 2 chances to win. That puts you in the Hangman game, and you can participate if you want. You don't have to. But also, $5 or more gets you entered in. Your name will go in the biohazard jar, and I'll select a second person out of that in addition to the Hangman winner, and you'll get to choose from one of those prizes as well. If you're someone who's donated in the past and you already have either the Epstein freshener or one of the other things, we'll work it out. So let me find some music here. All right, get those donations in now. Get your donations in now. $5 to stop the music. Sorry, Joel, I'm not stopping it, but if you guys are anyone who does the $5 or more than once, you get multiple entries into the drawing. So Joel is in here twice. All right, and I'm putting Old Dirty Shinobi in twice as well. All right, let me make sure. Let me look here and see if I have missed anyone. All right, so let me tell you what I've got so far. And as I'm talking, I'll keep watching to see if there's any additional donations. So remember, Super Chat of $1 or more gets you into tonight's Hangstein game, where you'll have a chance to win a Jeff Epstein air freshener or your choice of a membership with the YouTube channel, my YouTube channel membership, Patreon community, or Substack. So far, here's what I've got. I have got Old Dirty Shinobi, Joel, Flick Off, Fred Onions 87, Old Dirty Shinobi again, Dennis S, and another one for Joel Dalton for that second donation. Does that seem correct to you guys? If anyone else is out there that has made a donation that I have missed, speak now. Let me know. I think that is everybody. All right. Okay. Now, there is sometimes a little bit of a lag, maybe about 10-second lag. So how we do our game is this. I'll show you the board. I will tell you whose turn it is, and you have a chance to guess a letter. After you guess a letter, I'll show you if it's on the board or not. After I've put the letter up, you can guess. If you don't have a guess or you don't have any clue, just say pass so I'll know to go to the next person. Then the next person on the list can give us a letter, and same thing. If you guess it and it is not your turn, keep it to yourself. If you think you know the answer, don't shout it out, because if you shout it out and it's not your turn, then whoever is up can steal it from you. Okay? And for those of you who are not in the chat, who are not in the game, don't give the answer if you figure it out, or I'll boot you out of the chat, and whoever is up next will get it. Now, I'm going to give 20 seconds per person. So let me get my timer out. We're going to do about 20 seconds per person. Let me see if I can switch my stream settings over to... No, now that I'm already going, I can't change the stream latency to ultra low, and that actually would get rid of some of this delay. But anyway, all right, too bad. We'll just have to be patient. In fact, let me see if I've got some less traumatic background music. Maybe we can put something on that won't be so awful. How about that? That's not too bad, is it? Unless it goes on forever. All right, tonight's clue is related to the deep state. This is our board. So we are going to start tonight with Flick Off. I don't know if you're still out there, Flick Off. I know Flick Off had to leave earlier to go milk the cows. But Flick Off, I'm going to give you 20 seconds to let me know if you're out there, and if so, guess a letter. And Fred, you're going to be up next after Flick Off, so just be ready. These are 3 words. 3 words. Okay. I am not seeing Flick Off out there. Flick Off may have had to go for the night. Flick Off, if you are, you can jump back in. We are now going to go to Fred. So Fred, give us a letter. Have we got Fred out there? Did we lose Fred? All right, the person who's going to be up, if we don't hear from Fred in the next second or two, then we're going to be up to Dennis. Dennis, go ahead and give us a letter if you're out there, Dennis. And Joel, just so you know, you're going to be up after Dennis does a letter and a guess. All right, Dennis says E. All right. There is an E. All right, Dennis. If you have a guess, let us know. Otherwise, just tell us to pass. All right, Dennis passes. Joel, you're up. Give us a letter, Joel. And while we're waiting on Joel, Old Dirty Shinobi, you're going to be coming up after Joel. Joel says A. All right. Good one. Three A's. So Joel, if you've got a guess, give it to us. Otherwise, tell us to pass. Passes. And now, Old Dirty Shinobi, give us a letter. Old Dirty Shinobi. Says N. I'm sorry, but Jeff Epstein's head is now on the board. No N. No N. You're welcome to give us a guess or tell us to pass, though. And so we are back to, I don't think that Flick Off is in the chat. Flick Off, you can type up if you're out there. Otherwise, we're back to Fred. Flick Off or Fred, if either of you are out there, let us know. We'll give you just a few seconds here. And if it's not going to be one of them, the next person up is going to be Dennis again in just a moment. Give him another 10 seconds. 9, 8. Okay, Dennis, you're up. Give us a letter, Dennis. Dennis says S.
Drop my pen.
Epstein was kicking so hard he made me drop my pen. Actually, let me write, yep, no S. Sorry about that. Have you got a guess though, Dennis? We are going to be back up to Joel in just a second. Joel, what's your letter? All right, we have 2 P's, Joel. I can't tell you how relieved Jeff Epstein is that you guessed a P. All right, give us a guess or pass. Old Dirty Shinobi, you're going to be up next. As soon as he says pass in the chat or takes a guess, go ahead and give us a letter out there, Old Dirty Shinobi. Appletini, you didn't make a super chat donation. You don't get to guess. All right, D. Good one. All right, Old Dirty Shinobi, do you have a guess? I'm going to take a break from this music for a minute. I'm about sick of it. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Oh no, Appletini. You're fine. You're fine. I like that name. All right. So Old Dirty Shinobi passes. And we are back to the beginning. Flick off, followed by Fred. So far we haven't heard from them, so I think they're both gone. So we're back to Dennis. Dennis, give us a letter. Dennis, let's clarify. Is that an I as in Israel? Because last time, yeah, okay, very good. Sometimes the I looks like an L. And it's hard to tell. All right, Dennis, there is an I. There you go. Just let us know if you have a guess, or you can pass. And Joel, after he lets us know pass or guesses, you'll be back up. All right, he passes. So we're back to Joel Dalton. Joel, give us a letter. The clue is deep state. All right, well, just hope that Old Dirty Shinobi, just hold on to it. Don't give us the answer yet if you think you've got it. Joel says L. And there is an L. Here we go, Joel. If you've got a guess, let us know. If not, you can pass. All right. Joel says he has a guess. All right, Joel, well, what's your guess? So hold on there, Old Dirty Shinobi. Give him a second. Let's see what his guess is. Nope. There's 3 words anyway. All right. Well, you were on the right track, Joel. So we are up to Old Dirty Shinobi. Old Dirty Shinobi, do you, if you want to try a letter Oh, wait. All right, well, there we go. Old Dirty Shinobi got it. DARPA. Here, let me spell it out. DARPA. Oh, you know what? I screwed up and forgot to put an E in earlier. Someone had guessed E, and I didn't have them all in there. That's because I'm old and stupid. But there we go. DARPA Project Agile. So we have a winner, Old Dirty Shinobi. Now, what in the world is this? I'm glad you asked. DARPA is the Pentagon's shadowy research arm. It was kind of put in there in what was that TV show? Lost. Okay, kind of this shadowy research arm of the Pentagon, quietly engineering next generation weapons, surveillance systems, mind warfare tech, trying to keep the United States ahead in controlling both enemies, but also our own populations at home. Project Agile was run mostly from around 1961 through the 70s, early 70s. This was a counterinsurgency research program during the Vietnam War. This is back when, around the same time as the CIA's Phoenix program was going on, which my evil stepfather was a part of over there. But anyway, Project Agile's goal was to test new tech, new social science mind control methods to try and control populations and to suppress insurgencies in Southeast Asia, especially in Vietnam, but also on Thailand, which is where a lot of the U.S. military, especially the Air Force, was based during the Vietnam War. I went around to a lot of the old locations there. The program covered a really wide spectrum of field experiments. Everything from chemical agents to biological agents. They used defoliants, riot control compounds, testing them out. They tried new weapons. They were testing out sensors and surveillance tools. But the really nasty part was they were practicing psychological and social manipulation techniques aimed at influencing entire local populations. Some of the work was contracted out to universities, not really understanding what they were doing. Contractors included defense contractors, private researchers, and they basically took Southeast Asia and turned it into a battlefield testing theater where DARPA could try out these covert behavioral experimentations on the civilian populations. A lot of it was basically just weaponized psychology to carry out population control and pacification of the populations. QAnon is something very similar in the same vein as Project Agile through DARPA. Maybe my years in Thailand and Southeast Asia were related to contract work connected to a DARPA-type project. Maybe it wasn't. You'll never know. I'll never reveal. Yeah, Roosevelt Media out there. Yeah, it says QAnon sure was like that. Old Dirty Shinobi's asking, was Aquino part of that? I don't know that Aquino was part of it over in Southeast Asia. But he definitely was part of it here in the United States. Aquino was a nasty guy. Anyway, so Old Dirty Shinobi, you are the wiener. Here's how you get your prize. Send your address where you want your, if you want the Jeff Epstein air freshener, we've had a handful of people win these already. Whoops, I'm holding it backwards. If you want the air freshener, then send me your address you want it mailed to. Email me at jake@blackstoneintel.com. jake@blackstoneintel.com. Now, if you don't want the air freshener, but you would prefer to have, and remember, these are plastic, so you can't actually smell it unless you put your own Epstein massage oil, scented massage oil on it. But if you would rather have one of the channel memberships or Patreon or Substack memberships, you don't have to give me an address other than your email address. But either way, contact me at jake@blackstoneintel.com. Anyone else who made a donation of $5 or more, if you would like a personal thank you letter from me, I'd be glad to mail you one. Same thing, email me at jake@blackstoneintel.com. Let me know, guys, if you do reach out to me, let me know what your email address is, or your not your email, your physical address is. I'll send you something. Old Dirty Shinobi says, give it to Dennis. Dennis says, no, I will win my own. Thank you, though, very kind. So, Old Dirty Shinobi, it's up to you. And if you would like, you can also, if you would rather not get any of those, you can let me know, Jake at Blackstone Intel, and we can do it as a gift to someone in the next show. But thank you again for those early channel membership donations. Now, that leads us to our second drawing. Anyone who made the $5 or more, that's going to include, let me look up real quick. I always have to convert. All right. When Flickoff makes those donations from in New Zealand currency, I never know. I can't remember what the conversion is, but it's about roughly $6, $5.50 to $6. So anyone who made a donation of $5 or more gets put into a second drawing. So we've got Joel, we've got Dennis, all right, Old Dirty Shinobi says, give it to Dennis. All right, well, Old Dirty Shinobi says, you win that, Dennis. So, Dennis, if you want it, email me, jake@blackstoneintel.com. Dennis is our wiener. Now, okay then. Excellent. Thank you, Old Dirty Shinobi, for donating. So we've got Old Dirty, and then who else do we have here that did $5 or more? We've got Joel, Dennis, and Old Dirty. Is that right? I think that's, and Flick Off. I think those are the ones that had it today. There were $5 or more. Now, if here, as I'm getting ready to put this in, since we've got four people who have made donations of $5 or more. One of them is in New Zealand and not currently in the chat. One of them won, but passed his winning on to someone else. So of the three, we've got one person left. And that would be Joel. And I think Joel has won in the past. So I'm going to say, if anyone out there wants to get, we've got 81 viewers right now. If anyone else wants to get a donation in of $5 super chat, I'll drop your name in the jar here and we'll do a second drawing. And here in a second, when I draw the name, if any of you who win or don't win, if you win and you would rather have, a lot of people prefer not to have something mailed to them, and I totally understand that. But if anyone would like to donate it, we can do that. And what I'll do is at the beginning of the next show, we'll do something like anyone who makes a donation of $1 or more will do a special drawing for that person if they do $1 or something like that. Otherwise, I'd have to write down everybody's name in the chat, and I can't do that because there's too many people. I'll put my email in the chat here. It is jake@blackstoneintel.com. There we go. jake@blackstoneintel.com. All right, so we have got the following names going into our biohazard jar. Flick off. Joel. Old Dirty Shinobi. And Dennis. All right. I'm going to start shaking you guys up here. In a second, we're going to draw one more winner for the second prize. And remember, new feature every week. I'm going to be reading viewer mail. So if you want to send something to me that, if you want to get highlighted as part of viewer mail, you can write to me at Jake Morphonios or Blackstone Intel, P.O. Box 1333, Kernersville, North Carolina 27285. Or you can leave a viewer voicemail at our new Blackstone hotline. Again, that hotline, let me put it back up here for you. Someone left a message earlier. The Blackstone hotline is going to be, let me get rid of Google Earth here, 303-900-FART. It actually spells Dart or East, but hey, out of the three, you know which one we have to pick. You can leave a message for us. And that number is 303-900-3278 if you don't have the letters on your keypad. Okay, here we go. I am not going to look. I'm just going to mix them up a little bit here. And the name that I'm pulling out is Dennis. Dennis. He said he was going to win on his own, and look at it. He did. So, Dennis, you have the option, and I won't pressure you to give me an answer here in the chat, but you can either have two presents, the Epstein air freshener and your choice of one of the subscriptions, or you can gift that to someone else as part of the next show. Either way, you can let me know in the email. There's nothing wrong with taking both wins. So you're welcome to let me know. But anyway, that was very kind of everybody who donated. You know how it goes. Like I said, at the top of the show, I've got nearly 200,000 followers. I used to have, I was up to close to 235,000 followers on YouTube when they did another demonetization. And from then on, ever since then, I have only had 1 month, and it was this last month, only 1 month in the last 4 or 5 years where I had a net gain of subscribers in a month, even though I was gaining thousands per month up until that point when they hit me. It's because I speak out against Israel, and they blacklisted me. They've pulled my channel in the past, but this time around, they left me up but they shadow ban me, and I don't even get, hey, what is this? Joel Dalton making another donation. Thank you, brother. Friggin' awesome, Joel. Thank you, Joel. So I don't go out, I'm down now to like 193,000 followers or subscribers on YouTube. But it's I don't know. Last month I had a net gain, and this month I've got a net loss of like a couple hundred followers, because part of this shadow ban is they actually delete subscribers, including people who want to be subscribed. Some people report having had to resubscribe multiple times. Hit the like button out there, but while you're hitting the like button, take a peek down there at where the notifications are, and if you see that notification bell, turn it on. I find that works really, really well for letting me know. There's actually, I haven't been participating in it in the chat or anything while I've been doing this, but I actually have a couple Switch accounts that I enjoy watching. Mr. Lobo, Cinema Insomnia, some old classic horror movies and stuff. He live streams on Twitch, and I get notifications. I can't keep track of his schedule, even though he has a set schedule he follows, unlike me, where I'm kind of random. But I get that notification on from Twitch on my phone, lets me know, hey, he's going live, and then I go watch. So take a second to go hit that notification button. That way you don't miss when I'm going live. And that would be very cool. All right. So leave me voicemail if you want to be featured on the show as part of viewer mail. I will get the rest of the prizes out and some letters that are overdue. I've got a stack of letters to send out. I'll get those out tomorrow. And then next time we'll just go through another topic. Go ahead and put in the chat, what topics would you like to see me cover in upcoming streams? Tonight's topic was a viewer request. So a lot of times I like to just do whatever is on my mind at the time, but I also sometimes will do topics based on what you guys ask me to do. So what do you think? The Horrid History of Ben Gurion. He's a pretty rotten guy. That's a good one. JFK, says Joel Dalton. There's a comic book that all right, so I'm an avid comic book collector. I collected comics when I was a kid. Then I started collecting again in my teens. Dennis says, Jake, gift my win to my new friend Dirty. He gave me Jeff. All right, so we're back. I'll give a gift to either of you. If either of you want Jeff Epstein or one of the subscriptions, just email me. You've both donated. You both deserve. But anyway, I collected comics as a teenager a lot. Got really into it. In fact, as a teen, one of my ideas was I was going to start, when I got older, a comic shop. And I was going to name it the Atomic Blast, because even back then I was into geopolitics and stuff. But I also got into comics partly for investing. I would watch and see what I thought. And this was controversial because so many people in the 90s, early 90s, late 80s, early 90s got into buying comics for the purpose of making money that it kind of added fuel to a growing fire in the comic industry that led to kind of a collapse. But anyway, I was buying up stuff, and some of it turned out really well. Amazing Spider-Man issue 300, the first full appearance of Venom. I bought multiple copies of that because I thought, this character is going to be something, and those are worth, I don't know, a good $500 to $900 depending on the condition each. But I've got Captain America #1 and a bunch of stuff. But anyway, in my adulthood, I got back into comics when I found that a whole lot of stuff that I'm interested in is now covered in comics. It's not just the old superhero stuff with the Superman and Spider-Man and Batman. Now, a lot of comics are horror related, spy related, a lot of spy stories. And one of the comics that I started collecting was called The Department of Truth. Very fun comic, especially its first 12 issues or so. And it's the idea that it's the idea that there's a secret government agency called the Department of Truth that is run by Lee Harvey Oswald, who was never really killed, but brought into government service to run the Department of Truth. And what this Department of Truth does is they have tapped into an esoteric power where if you can manufacture enough belief in something, whether it's UFOs or Bigfoot, the Mothman, whatever it is, if you can use government brainwashing tactics to infect masses of people in a belief in something, it manifests that something into reality. And so the comic starts out, the first few issues are about flat Earth. It's these guys going up to this one guy, reporter, being introduced to this idea of the Antarctica being kind of a big wall that goes around because the Earth is flat. And this is manifested into reality by getting people to believe in this particular conspiracy theory. And so one after another. But then there's the most recent issues have been about JFK. There were some about the death of Marilyn Monroe, and the Kennedy assassination has been in recent issues. And so I think it's so interesting to see how comics have changed and how there are very adult topics that are covered in comics. But anyway, so JFK would be an interesting thing, and maybe I could even bring into it the Department of Truth version of that. Let's see. Kyle Odom and the Altar Church incident. Very strange upon retrospect. That's on the tip of my brain, but I can't remember the details. I'll have to look into it again. Bossum says, Jake, we need more people like you, brother. Hey, thank you. We need more people like you. We need more people like everyone in this community who cares about these issues. This is a good community of people. I don't know you guys personally, not most of you, but some of you I do. But I know your general personality based on your interest in these topics. You care about people, care about evil in the world, care about standing up to nefarious organizations and conspiracies. You like learning about the world around you and what we can do to make a difference in it. Roosevelt Media says, sounds like a real DARPA project. Yeah, it does. Joel Dalton says, the comic industry is controlled by those same people. I don't doubt that there are some of the stuff I read sometimes, I'm like, this is CIA type stuff being filtered in through comics. Very interesting. Anyway, All right. Well, that's about all I've got for tonight. I did say I was going to try and keep it at an hour, and I did pretty good tonight. We're at an hour and 50 minutes, so best I've ever done at staying close to my goal. So I appreciate it. I will take these ideas and maybe we'll expand it further. I have a deep interest in um, mind control, psyops, psychological warfare. So I'll probably be talking about that more as we go on, because it's definitely being used against the American people. It's being used all over the world, but it's definitely being used to manufacture consent for Israel's crimes. It's been an issue for years, but it has really since 2016 taken off with the rise of technology that enables it. Um, Programmable bots that can create sock puppet accounts or act like sock puppets to create the appearance of belief in something, that so many people believe in this, and it turns out no, actually a lot of people don't believe in that. I'm getting another voicemail out there from somebody. I can't wait to listen to these messages. I know some of them are going to be so foul and nasty, and that's going to be half the fun. Anyway, there's a lot of horror in the world, and it can be depressing. It can really challenge and make you feel hopeless, helpless, and just disgusted with the way things are. But there's a lot of good. When you are involved in trying to make things better and you can keep in sight, reasonable goals, bite-sized goals, and be able to take comfort and joy in any small victory, then it makes the battle feel so much better, because you're making you're actually doing something rather than sitting back doing nothing. The other thing is you have to diversify and find things in life that bring you joy outside of the horrors, because it can be overwhelming. That time, the last couple of years, when I was doing the private contract work with the NGOs related to the war in Gaza, the genocide in Gaza, that was tough, just horrible. And even though I felt like I was doing my fair share to make a difference in it by gathering the intel and dispensing the intel to the agencies that were trying to make a difference, working with reporters trying to get information out of the Strip and out of the West Bank and out to the world, it felt good, but just the sheer volume of massacre and the almost daily reports I was getting, just, it was tough. It was draining. It was soul devouring. I really felt a lot of turmoil, depression, when you feel like you can't do anything, or when you're doing the best you can and it's not enough. So I know it. So if any of you out there are experiencing depression, whether it's from financial problems or depression over the state of things in the world, maybe somebody that's been abused, I get it. I can empathize. It's tough. So you do what you can to make a difference, but you also have to diversify your interests and find things that are totally detached and bring you some relief, some joy. And that's why I like, some of this dumb stuff like the old monster movies and things like that, because I get to be part of some communities that they don't know who I am, they don't know what I do, I love to keep it that way because that way no one's going to ask me what my views are on Palestine or whatever. It gives me a chance to break away. It's also why I enjoy coaching soccer because none of these kids, I coach 12 to 14-year-olds. None of them are like, "Hey, coach, tell me about genocide. Talk to me about these images you've seen of the children blown to pieces." Like that, I get to just step away for a while, breathe, collect myself, get my energy back, and then come back to this mess. Because without that, it's rough. Getting connected to nature is also really, really helpful. But anyway, I'm just rambling. Joel says, they make you feel like you're small and alone, make you feel like your mind isn't your own. Yeah, the thing is there is psychological warfare trying to make us feel like there's nothing we can do, that this is too big, don't even bother trying. And it's, it's easy to feel that way, especially when you see that, is this pen leaking? Doggone it. Sorry, I keep getting ink on my fingers and I can't figure out where it's coming from. I think this Sharpie is leaking somehow. But anyway, they want you to feel isolated. They don't want you to be part of a community of like-minded people. But we are making progress. I mean, it's small things. For example, you look at like France is like, we plan on announcing in September that we are going to recognize the state of Palestine. And then you've got Canada saying that, and I think even the UK. And my first thought was, what, do you want a freaking award for that? Tons of countries, China, Russia, there are countries that formally have recognized the state of Palestine as what it is, a bona fide state, for years now. What, do you want us to pat you on the back because you suddenly are not being a jackass as a country, as a government? And you're finally acknowledging that, hey, there is this population that's been here long before the Jews came along to steal it from them. These people who have an existing culture, who have lived here continually for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, from father to child, passing down the property. They've got an established government that's recognized the Palestinian Authority. And you're just now, France, coming around to acknowledge that, hey, they actually are a state. That was my first feeling. But I have to tell myself, take comfort in any small victory. This is actually a big thing for a country like France to do something like this. Because remember, anytime you speak out against Israel or do something major like this, not only do you have to face the wrath of Israel, and the government is extremely vindictive, but you have to deal with the United States. And when you've got a puppet as loyal to the interests of Israel or to its investors as Donald Trump is, you're going to pay the price. One way or another, you're going to get payback for that. So is it a big deal that France is speaking up? No, but also yes. And it starts the ball rolling. It starts that little snowball at the top of the mountain rolling down the hill. Eventually, this will pick up, and it could very well get to the point that there are so many countries in the world that recognize Palestine as a state that the United States continuing to refuse to recognize Palestine is going to be so humiliating that we'll have to acknowledge Palestine too. Now, what does that do? Nothing in the short term. Not much of anything, but once you get Palestine in there with new status in the United Nations, what Israel is doing will take on an added dimension of of criminality, where the collective nations of the world may finally have the will to unite together to take economic action, to sanction Israel, to punish Israel as a body for its apartheid and genocidal actions. So it's a small thing, but it's a start, right? Yeah. Mia out there says, I don't understand the point of planning for recognizing Palestine several months later after most Palestinians are dead. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's all. That's why I'm saying, Mia. That's how I feel. Like, too little, too late. You stood by and gave nothing but support to Israel. You didn't condemn them. You didn't cut off weapons to them. You didn't stop the flow of your people's money into the weapons industry there in Israel. You did virtually nothing. But now you're going to give some token acknowledgement that has no teeth, while at the same time in the background you're continuing to support things like the development or the move toward this canal and the pipelines that have been done. It's just hypocrisy. But I'm telling you guys, there has been, in this last year, last 12 months or so, a big shift away from support for Israel. There is generational change taking place, and it's in the early, the early days of this momentum, but it is picking up. It is no longer, I remember not too long ago, people like me that would speak out against Israel. First of all, nobody knew or cared about it. People just didn't care about it because they didn't know anything about Palestine or the Palestinians. So back in 2014, when I'm railing in videos about the killing that Israel is doing of the Palestinians in Gaza, people were like, yeah, listening. And I'm sure some of the people out there in the viewing audience have been with me since then and remember some of that. But back then, it was bad because when you spoke out against Israel, you were definitely considered an anti-Semite. And that continued and continued. And then I got featured by Canary Mission and all of these, these smear organizations whose only, they're all they have is the accusation of anti-Semitism. That's all they can do is call you an anti-Semite or a Nazi. And back then it was a tough pill to swallow because it affected you, affected your money, affected your income. Fortunately, I was working for myself by that point. I had moved out of the corporate investigation from the bank that I did the work for, and I didn't have to worry about being called an anti-Semite. So it didn't affect me other than it just pissed me off, but it didn't really affect my work. But now it's like the cool thing. All the cool people speak out against Israel. Unless you're someone like Ben Shapiro, and you're never going to come around. But it's been weird to see so many in the alt-right come around. Yeah, Bossum says, aren't we Semites as Palestinians? I've been saying that from the beginning, brother. I've been saying, how can I be an anti-Semite when I am so firmly pro-Palestinian? Semites, the word Semite comes from the word Shem, Shemite. You've got, and the idea is, biblically, you've got Noah, you've got he's on the ark with his 3 sons, Shem, Japheth, and Ham, their wives. You have the universal flood, kills everybody. The ark settles down. Noah comes off. Here's the 3 sons. The 3 sons go in different, their posterity goes in different directions. You have Ham, whose people go down the ark comes to rest in a part of Turkey. The people of Ham go down to Ham's son Canaan, or one of them is Canaan. But anyway, you have them go down, and you've got like the rise of the African peoples through Ham. You have Shem, from whom the Semitic peoples come, the Shemitic peoples, including the Arabs. And then Japheth, who, so the story goes, his people went north out of this area where the ark settled down, and went up into the Caucasus, and then eventually over east. And this is where you get kind of the Caucasians and the white people from. Oddly, there's no mention of where the Chinese came from in this story, but whatever. But you've got the Shemites are descendants. It goes down. You've got Abraham down in Ur. Abraham travels up, over, down into the Levant, spends some time in Egypt. His wife, Sarah, takes a handmaiden while she's there, basically a slave girl named Hagar. They travel back out of Egypt, back over into the southern Levant. Abraham finally has his firstborn son through, not Sarah, not his wife, but through his concubine, basically the Egyptian slave girl of Sarah, who is Hagar. And his first child is Ishmael. Ishmael is born first. Later on, Sarah gives birth to Isaac. But Sarah's very jealous of the attention that Ishmael gets. And basically, she has Abraham drive Hagar and Ishmael off into the desert, and they make their way down into Arabia. And from Ishmael comes 12 sons who become princes and become the father of the they become the fathers of the Arab peoples. Meanwhile, Sarah's son Isaac gets hooked up with Rebekah. They have 2 children, Esau and Jacob. Jacob tricks his father, gets the birthright blessing, takes off because he's afraid Esau's going to kill him because he conned his parents, conned his father, Isaac, with the help of his mom, into giving the blessing, the birthright blessing. And so he takes off. He ends up working for a kind of a well-to-do guy that had a lot of flocks, Laban. Works for him for 7 years in exchange for the right to marry one of Laban's daughters named Rachel. Except when he goes to marry her, or he marries her, and then after she reveals herself, it turns out it's not Rachel that he married. He married her older sister, Leah. And he's kind of ticked about this. So Laban works out a deal with him and says, look, I'll let you marry, you agree to work for me another 7 years, and I'll let you marry Rachel as well. So you end up with Jacob married to 2 women, Leah and Rachel. Leah and Rachel both have their own handmaids. Zilpah and Bilhah. And from these 4 women, the 2 wives and the 2 concubine wives, Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel, same person, Israel, the original word Israel is the name, the new name of Jacob. Jacob, or Israel, has children through these 4 women. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, from whom the Jews come. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah. Then he has Issachar, Zebulun, Gad, and Asher. Then Dan and Naphtali through Bilhah, the concubine of Rachel. And finally, at the very end, the last 2 sons that he has, finally through the woman who he loves the most, Rachel, she gives birth to 2 sons, Joseph and then his younger brother Benjamin. So you've got the 12 sons, just kind of like Ishmael has 12 sons who become the fathers of the Arab peoples, who are Semites or Shemites, because Noah to Shem, down the line until you have Abraham. Abraham has Ishmael. Ishmael has the 12 sons, and they create their descendants are Shemites. But also through Isaac, then Jacob, who becomes Israel, and then through Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Gad, Asher, Dan, Naphtali, Joseph, Benjamin. Of those 12 sons, the one that he likes the most is Joseph, because that's his first son through Rachel. The other brothers get jealous because Joseph gets that coat of many colors, which may have just been a coat with long sleeves, but they end up selling him to, first they're going to kill him, but then they decide they're going to sell him to a caravan of slave traders, and so he ends up out of the southern Levant, out of Canaan, taken into slavery in Egypt, and then you have the stories of him like in jail, and he interprets the dreams for the baker and all this, and later on he rises to prominence as a prisoner. But then Potiphar, who is kind of like an Egyptian noble, Potiphar's wife lusts after Joseph and tries to have sex with him, and Joseph flees, and she falsely accuses him of attempting to rape her. And, that leads to trouble. Eventually, he ends up as the second most powerful man in Egypt, as the right-hand man of the Pharaoh, in charge of doing things like preparing the country, because he's having these dreams, right? And or he's interpreting dreams, rather, of the Pharaoh. And one of the Pharaoh's dreams is of 7 skinny, sickly cows that came after 7 very fat, healthy cows. And the interpretation of this dream is Egypt is going to have 7 years of abundance and plenty, and then after that, 7 years of absolute, famine and poverty and no food. So the Pharaoh's like, well, what do we do? He says, I'm going to appoint you, Joseph, as my second in command, and your job is to lead the effort to build up, during these 7 years of plenty, build up enough food storage to save the population and have more during the following 7 years of famine. So the story goes, that is what Joseph does. And then during that famine, the other brothers that he has that sold him into slavery in Egypt, they end up coming to Egypt looking for food, because everyone has heard, well, they've got excess there in Egypt. They end up there. Joseph recognizes them. They don't recognize him. They have their exchanges and whatever, and eventually have a big happy family reunion. He sends for his father Israel. Israel is brought in, and the Pharaoh gives to the to Joseph's brothers and family, gives them an area of Egypt where they can live. So the story goes, their population grew considerably until eventually the Egyptians fear all of these Hebrews and they enslave them. Hundreds of years pass, and then you get the story of Moses, and Moses really comes from among these Israelites, rises up and then, realizes that he's one of them, and he leads them out of Egypt, and they go back toward the Holy Land, toward the Promised Land that they're supposed to have. But of course, it's full of Canaanites, and actually Israelites are Canaanites, but they're a subsection. But all of these Canaanites are also Shemites. These people are all cousins. They're all related to each other by blood. So they go back and they're like, well, we're going to go into the Promised Land. But God's like, no, you got to spend 40 years wandering in the Sinai desert because the story is the older generation that has come out of Egypt, they don't have sufficient faith or belief in God, and they need to die off before the Israelites are allowed or worthy to go back into Canaan and take possession of the land. And eventually they are led by Moses' successor, who is Joshua. And Yahweh, Yahweh, also known as Jehovah, depending on the Romanized way of writing it, is I hope I don't offend anyone, but he's kind of a genocidal monster who says, look, I want you to have these lands and I'm going to give them to you, but you need to go into Canaan and massacre everyone. Go from town to town, kill the men, kill the women, kill the children, kill all of their animals. You can have some of the women, the young women as sex slaves, but kill everybody, and I will let you take control. Now, you can argue that that's actually what happened. You can argue that this is just kind of a polemic that was written years later, hundreds of years later, while the Jews were in captivity in Babylon and feeling very humiliated by their, the loss of their land. And so they're writing stories about the glory days of when they went in and were so powerful and could do all this stuff. I'm not going to tell you what to believe. But there are competing ideas on this. But that's the idea of how we get, and then just a tiny bit more, when they go in, again, according to the Bible stories, when they go into Canaan, you have the 12 tribes, technically 13, because before he died, Joseph did the same thing. He split his birthright blessing, which is kind of a matter of who gets to be in charge, who gets the bulk of the inheritance and the money and everything. He splits the blessing through his two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh. So you have the 12 tribes, of which Joseph is one, Judah is one, but then it gets split. So technically you have 13 tribes, since Joseph is represented twice when they go in. And the tribe of Levi gets pulled out of getting a land inheritance because the tribe of Levi is assigned to be the priestly class. So they don't have an inheritance of land. They have to do this other stuff. So it's kind of 12 tribes either way, however you want to dice it up. But 12 tribes go in. The 10 northernmost tribes eventually split off. They were one kingdom to start with, under King Saul, the first king, one unified country. And then Saul is replaced by David, as the next king. David's next, the throne then goes to David's son Solomon. At the death of Solomon, though, there is a civil war. And the 12 tribes break up into 2 countries. So they were a unified country for less than 100 years. But then they broke up into 2. The northern group that went basically from Samaria. Let me see if I can. Is anyone even listening out there? So, yeah, we got 100 people listening. So let me bring up Google Earth here and show you what I'm talking about. Wrong one. I'll show you the geography here that I'm talking about. Okay. Sorry, give me a second. Let me find my... Here we are. All right, so this whole area here is Israel. Here is Jerusalem. Jerusalem, the red part here is the West Bank. Then over here is the Gaza Strip. All right, so you get this big split where at the time of Solomon, a temple is built in Jerusalem. And it is the belief of many, especially Bible believers, that over here, the Temple Mount, as the Jews call it, or as the Muslims refer to it, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, is this section here. The Dome of the Rock is just part of it, but both religions claim this area here. The Jews believe that this section used to be the temple, that the Jewish temple that Solomon built was here, and you have outer courts. Later on, Islam believed that Muhammad came here and ascended to heaven from this location, and that's why it's a holy site to them. But both sides claim it as theirs. But the story is that this was the religious center for the Jewish people, or for all of Israel to start with. But then, at the death of Solomon, you have Jeroboam and Rehoboam, who represent different sides of a civil war. One side is backed by Egypt. The other side is the blood descendant of Solomon. But the country splits into 2 different nations. The 10 tribes become the northern kingdom, which continues to be called the Kingdom of Israel. It's also known as the Kingdom of Ephraim because the dominant tribe is Ephraim, the son of Joseph. But down in the south, the geographically smaller kingdom was called Judah, the Kingdom of Judah. Judah was 2 tribes, basically. It was Judah, and then half the tribe of Benjamin. But they made up the southern kingdom. Their capital was Jerusalem. Now, these people were not called Jews at this time. They were called Israelites. But then you have the split, and that's why the Bible then breaks up into 2 different accounts. You have some prophets that are speaking about the affairs of the kingdom of Israel. You have people like Isaiah, prophets like that. But down in the south, you have different prophets talking about what's going on there. Well, the center of the northern kingdom was Samaria, the area called Samaria, which I've been to. And they built a rival temple there. which is why in the New Testament, if you're familiar with the story of the woman at the well, Jesus is traveling through Samaria. He stops at a well. He doesn't have a bucket. There's a woman with a bucket. He asks her for water, and they get talking, and she says, your people, the Jews, say that we should be worshiping in Jerusalem at the temple there, but our fathers say that it's here. And they have this dialogue. That's because the Israelites of the northern kingdom, they established their own temple up here. There was kind of a rival temple. But anyway, a little time passes, and you have the rise of one of the regional powers, which was Assyria. Not exactly the nation of Syria as we have it now, but kind of this area. The Assyrian Empire ends up fighting the northern kingdom of Israel, destroys it, and as was a practice back then, takes all of the inhabitants out, or most of them out, and carries them off captive back into Assyria, and farms them out in groups to different parts of its empire, and then supplanted the Israelites with other Semitic peoples into this area. So the kingdom of Judah continues for a little while longer. They survive a little while longer. Except at the time that they get in trouble, Babylon, the Babylonian Empire, has replaced Assyria. Now, Babylon was centered over here in Iraq. You've got Baghdad, which is the current capital, but Babylon was down here in the south. And they replaced, the Babylonian Empire replaced the Assyrian Empire as the dominant power in the region. So the kingdom of Judah resists Babylon, and so King Nebuchadnezzar comes in and destroys the kingdom of Judah. And they take the people of Judah, the people that were later called Jews, they take them captive out of there into Babylon, and they are held captive there for decade after decade after decade. It is while they were in captivity in Babylon that a large portion of the Old Testament was written by the priests. And this is the time period when there starts to be a formation of the Jewish religion that is different from what it had been. You have more of a priestly class evolving while they're in captivity. And they're writing their backstory at this point. Eventually, a new empire rises up, the Persian Empire. Persia is modern-day Iran. The Persian Empire rises up and replaces the Babylonian Empire. King Cyrus of Persia grants permission for a remnant of the Jews who are in Babylonian captivity to return. Now, this is a close to, the Bible says 70 years, but it's really about 100 years after they were taken off into captivity. They are allowed to return, to go back here. They are not allowed to have a political state. In fact, they never again, until 1948, have an actual state that they control. They're given limited autonomy. So they come back here. They start to, that's where you get stories from some of the late stuff about the Nehemiah, Ezra, rebuilding of the temple walls, and they build a really crappy version of the Temple of Solomon, which has been completely destroyed. They build something called the Temple of Zerubbabel, and it is kind of their de facto temple. And this is the claim, according to the Bible, is that while they were excavating the old temple site in Jerusalem, The story is that the excavators found some old documents that contained the old religion. And it is from some of these old documents that they kind of recreate or they begin to create or reestablish the Jewish faith. Again, that's a matter of, dispute, but that's the story. And so you have the reestablishment here of a limited autonomy for the people who come to be known as the Jews. Now, when they come back from captivity, the 10 tribes never come back. Some of them, a remnant of them, were kind of scattered around here, as there was undoubtedly a small remnant of the kingdom of Judah, some of the peoples, especially out in the rural areas. Well, when the bulk of the people start coming back from Babylon, they find that in that intervening century, surrounding Canaanite peoples have moved in, acquired the land, and are now present. When the Jews return, they begin to intermingle with them. The Samaritans that were up here in what is today the West Bank, the Samaritans that Jesus encountered and the stories of the Good Samaritan, those peoples, they were among these remnant or these Canaanite population that were intermingled with the old Israelites, and so they're mutts. Just like when the Jews move back and there's mingling, inevitably some intermingling of the genetics, and they become mutts. All of these people are cousins with each other. Now they last a little while here. You get the birth of Jesus, the stories of the New Testament, but then you have the same thing happen that has happened over and over, and that is the Jewish hierarchy rebels against the authorities that are over them. At this point, it's the Roman Empire has supplanted the Greeks and everyone else, and so what happens is Rome in 70 AD comes in and decimates Jerusalem. And the people are scattered. The stories of Jeremiah talk about this. In fact, the book Lamentations is purportedly written by Jeremiah, and it's all about the sorrow of how Israel was, how Judah or the people there were destroyed. But they were displaced. A lot of them never came back. A lot of them remained over here and over here, which is why to this day there are Jewish populations in both Iraq and in Persia, in Iran. But anyway, so from 70 AD on until the Rothschild project in the late 1800s, early 1900s, until that point, you've got practically 2,000 years has passed without any significant Jewish presence here. What you do have are the remaining Canaanite population, which the admixture would include some Jewish blood, Israelite blood from the other tribes, Canaanite blood, the Samaritans, surrounding cultures, and the influx of some Arab blood into it, blood from the Turks, Egyptians, and you've got just this group of people here. Over time, you have the formation of the Ottoman Empire, which is their headquarters or their base is in Turkey. And the Ottoman Empire is essentially a Muslim empire, and it lasts for centuries. During that time, the system of individual nation states does not exist here in this throughout the Levant. You have one empire. So you don't have a state of Palestine or a state of Jordan or a state of Syria. You have the Ottoman Empire. After World War I, the powers, the Allied powers, go and carve up the region because the Ottomans were among the the people who fell. They lose their empire. And so you have, and into World War II, you have some of this gets chopped up. You have the creation of Syria, kind of under the control, or the overlords are the French. France has control over this. You have the creation of the British Mandate. The Brits have control of Palestine, which was not a political state, but it was a section of the Ottoman Empire. And the British have that. Now, in the late 1800s, again, there's virtually a very, very small Jewish presence here. But over here in Europe, you've got the powerful Rothschild banking dynasty, including Rothschilds in the UK, based in London, in Paris, and in some different cities. But one of the Rothschilds pushes for projects to be established over here in Palestine. And he tries to get the Jews that are spread around, some of them in Europe, a lot of them were over here from Ukraine, from this area. There's the whole theory of the Khazarian conversion that from this area, as the Muslim empire was growing, you had the choice when they came knocking. You could convert to Islam, and there'd be no tax, there'd be nothing on you. You just become Muslim. But you also were given the option of converting either to Christianity or to Judaism. It was called becoming people of the book, one of the big three religions. Now, you did have a substatus if you were not Muslim, but they would not kill you. The alternative was, if you don't convert and become one of the people of the book, you're most likely going to be executed. So in Khazaria, ancient Khazaria, they were like, well, you know what we're kind of here. You've got the Roman Catholic Empire over here pressing in this way. You've got the Crusades, you've got all this craziness coming from here. You've got the Muslims coming from here. So like, look, if we become Muslim, then that's going to align us with them, and we're going to be at odds with the West. If we become Catholic, if we become Christian, that's going to put us at odds over here. So they went for the third option, which is they converted to Judaism. And so ethnically, genetically, these people are not the same as the people that were here. These are Jews by religious conversion, by mandate. Our people are now Jews. Okay, that's why at the time of World War II, why do you have so many Jews all over the place? Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazi Jews with the white skin. They look very different from a lot of the Sephardic Jews from Spain and Jews from, say, over here in Persia, Jews from Iraq. These guys were Jews by conversion, which is why to this day it is illegal in the state of Israel to have an ancestry test done, a DNA test done, without getting a court order allowing you to do it. Because the issue of who is Jewish is a matter of dispute. Is Jewishness defined by culture, by religion, by blood? Well, if you're making the argument that this land here belongs to a certain people because anciently Their ancestors lived here. Well, if that's the argument you make, you have to show that you are genetically from that line. The problem is, the majority of the Jewish people from Europe are not. They may have some Semitic blood in them, but not like you would have if you go down to, say, Arabia or anything like that. So this is why there's differences among the Jews in how they look. This is why there were so many Jews around here in what became Poland. And so during World War II, when there was a lot of persecution of the Jews, these are the Ashkenazis that are largely the ones being persecuted. But long before that became an issue, you had a push by the Zionists, the burgeoning Zionist movement, to try to reestablish or establish this as a place where they could set up operations to make money. And I've done just report upon report upon report of the figures involved in that, which, specific Lionel Rothschild and others that were involved in all of this. But originally, the religious Jews did not want to relocate here because the Orthodox belief prohibited, the Orthodox interpretation of the Talmud prevented them from going here until the Messiah returns and leads them back, that they are not to have a state of their own. And so the Jews of the late 1800s were opposed to this Zionist plan. And the emigration efforts, even though the Rothschilds were pouring tons of money into trying to relocate Jews from Europe, they were not having success. You had, after World War I, you've got the Balfour Declaration, where the UK basically says, yeah, we'll go along with setting up a Jewish homeland, although that did not materialize. But you have, after World War II, or leading up to World War II, there's this flood of Jews from Europe into the area. And they're swamping it. And the locals, who are the peoples who have lived here for thousands of years, see these Europeans coming in, recognize that they are colonists, white-skinned European colonists, flooding in by the thousands and trying to buy up the land. And the people here, the Palestinian people, while they welcomed people moving in, they did not think it was okay to give these people the land. And they would not sell the land. So by 1948, when the Jews declared independence over here, the recent immigrants, legally, according to British mandate census records, less than 5% of this land was legally owned by the Jews that had moved in. It was owned by the Palestinian people. But the Jews went along with, they were like, well, yeah, we're going to say yes to this British, to this UN partition plan. The Palestinians said absolutely not. Why would we give up our land that we're unwilling to, if we're not willing to sell our land to the Jews, why would we give it to them for free? That makes no sense. So the Palestinians were utterly opposed to this UN proposal. The Jews were like, heck yeah. They were already engaged in terrorism. They had already used terrorist groups like the Irgun, Haganah, Lehi to drive out the British. They were committing massive acts of terrorism against the British that were there. Massive acts of terrorism against the the Palestinian population. And with heavy funding from Europe and the United States, providing them with weapons and everything else, after 1948, they said, yes, we'll go along with this partition plan. So we'll take this land. And then they went on a killing spree. They declared independence and launched a war to commit ethnic cleansing. They attacked Palestinians all over the place. They drove them out, which is how you end up with hundreds of thousands of Palestinians as refugees in Lebanon, in southern Syria, and in Egypt, especially in Jordan. Lots in Jordan. And a lot of them end up pushed down into the Gaza Strip. Now, the Jews have never, even during the height of the Bible days, even during the time of David and Solomon, they never had the Gaza Strip. In the Bible, the Gaza Strip was known as Philistia. Philistia is where the Canaanites called the Philistines lived. And the Israelites were never able to dislodge them. In fact, originally, when the 12 tribes first went in, when they came in from Egypt, as the story goes, and they divided it up among the tribes, the tribe of Dan was given this territory as an inheritance. Dan was the second largest of population-wise of the 12 tribes, but it was also their most militaristic. The warriors for Israel really came out of the tribe of Dan. So they were given this area because it was assumed that they would be able to go in and expand into Philistia and take this territory as their own as well. But they never could do it. And so that's why a remnant of Dan remained here, but the rest of Dan came up here and took this territory up here as their new inheritance. And in fact, they came up here and they named part of it after Dan. Not down there, it's up here. Up in the top. But anyway, so Gaza today has never been under the control of the Jews. It's always been free from Jewish control. So so anyway, in 1948, when Israel declared independence and went on their spree, the Palestinians call it the Nakba, also known as the catastrophe. 500 Palestinian towns and villages were either razed or just attacked, and the people driven out. They were never allowed to return to their homes. To this day, they have not been allowed to return to their homes. And so they're refugees without the right of return. So when you hear about the right of return, that's why. The peace deal that always comes up always includes the issue of the right of return. Israel doesn't want that. The Palestinians make up the demographic majority. There are more Palestinians in these lands than there are Jews. That's why Israel opposes the idea of a one-state solution. The most democratic way of dealing with this is to take the whole land, say everybody within these borders, you're all part of one country, you're all one people. That would probably be the most peaceful in one way. But the problem is the majority, it's not a big majority, but there is a majority that is Palestinian. So a unified government would see at least a kind of balance of power between Palestinians and Israelis. And the Israelis don't want that. The Jews don't want that. They want supremacy. They want a Jewish-only supremacist state. So that's why they pretended for years to be supportive of the idea of a two-state solution where they have everything else, but the West Bank and the Gaza Strip will form a Palestinian state. That's why in the 90s you had the negotiations that the Oslo Accords that led to the establishment of the Palestinian Authority and stuff like that. But anyway, the problem, the reason that a two-state solution is dead at this point is that the Jews have continued to establish settlements. This map doesn't show it, but this territory looks like, oh, well, that's Palestinian. Actually, wherever there is habitable community, the Jews have set up illegal settlements all over the place. And so this looks like Swiss cheese, the little areas that the Palestinians still control, where there are habitable residences. They've chopped it all up. So now you've got the Jews are over here. They're working on ethnically cleansing Gaza. They've been hoping. They keep trying to drive them into Egypt. Egypt is resisting. Because, it'd be like the Zionists say, oh, well, nobody wants the Palestinians. That's not a fair way of characterizing it. That'd be like saying, okay, well, what if the drug cartels in Mexico, what if there's like a bunch of people near the U.S. border that they don't like for one reason, Mexicans, that the drug cartels don't want. And so they want to force millions of these Mexicans into the United States. Are we going to be like, oh, yeah, hey, no problem, bring them on over. We'll just take millions of destitute Mexicans into our, send them into New Mexico or into Texas. We'll just let millions of them live there. Like, it's not that we would say we don't like Mexico. It's not even that we're not willing to help Mexico. It's that these are your people. This is your issue. You deal with it. Don't force your problems onto us. But the propaganda, if we look for equivalent propaganda, it would be to say Americans don't even like Mexicans. They don't even want them here. And to be honest, there are plenty of people, especially some Trump supporters, who feel that way. But not the people as a whole. So this argument that nobody wants the Palestinians is just a racist way of making it seem like the Palestinian people are unlovable, unlikable people. That is not the case at all. I've spent time among them. They are great people, wonderful, giving, kind-hearted people. Some of them, especially those in Gaza, are just sick of having, the Nazis' boots on the necks of their children, and they have tried to fight back after trying years and years of peaceful resistance. But anyway, so what we have today is an attempt to colonize Gaza. But first you have to commit genocide. If Egypt won't take them, and if you can't drive them out somewhere else, because you can't drive them out, look what they've got. If you drive them out of Gaza, if they come up this way, you're driving them into Israel. They don't want millions of Palestinians escaping here. This is basically an open air prison for them. So if you can't drive them into the Egyptian desert, the only alternative is, other than letting them live, is to massacre them, is to kill them. Or kill enough of them that out of sheer fear for their lives, they try and sneak through tunnels or whatever they can to get into Egypt or elsewhere. So we're witnessing a modern day genocide. Terrible, terrible thing. And not enough attention is given to it in our media. I will always agree that any people have a right to defend themselves, and that includes the people of Israel from terrorism. However, if you are an illegal occupying power, subjugating an entire population of people, controlling what they can eat, controlling what they can drink, controlling their movement, prohibiting them from having weapons, You do not have the right to claim terrorism when they fight back. And that's what the people in the West don't understand. Resistance to violent occupation is not terrorism. Terrorism is what Israel is doing to the Palestinian people. The United Nations, most countries of the world recognize there's only basically just the United States that says that the occupation, and it's only since the Trump years that we've taken the position that, oh yeah, who cares about this occupation? Almost every country on earth acknowledges that this is an illegal occupation by Israel of the West Bank, of the Gaza Strip, and even of Syria's Golan Heights. Although Trump has said, let's just let them have it and not worry about it. Anyway, it's a mess out there. We got a messy world. Messy world. Let me see here. Zion's Gaming Corner says, brilliant explanation of this. By the way, Jake, thank you for exposing this to your audience. Absolutely. Thank you so much for your kind comments. Oh no, I haven't been looking at the comments, so it's not excessive to me because I haven't been reading. I'm sorry. I've just been ranting. Sorry about that. Yeah, Bucking Chet says the Southwest was once a part of Mexico. This is not an easy thing. We did take, it may have been, you can argue whether or not it was a legitimate takeover of the Southwest from Mexico. That's a debate to be had. But the fact is, we acquired through legal and some not so legal means territory from Mexico. And naturally, when you colonize, there is going to be lingering debate and resistance and whatever. I think the best thing that we can do is to view the people of Mexico as friends. There are violent drug cartels, but you know how Mexico ended up in such a mess? It was us. I'm not talking about me and you, the regular American citizen. I'm talking about the party that always causes the problem, which is the globalist elite cadre that uses the U.S. government for their own purposes. And one of the globalist projects that they pushed back in the 90s, well, in the 80s, but into the early 90s, was NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement. And this is because American corporations wanted to get into, they wanted to eliminate certain competition. They wanted to get into new markets. And Mexico, when I was a kid, when I was growing up, Mexico was an amazing producer of different agricultural products that we got. It tasted good. It was good quality. We got corn from Mexico. We got all kinds of vegetables. And the people were not flooding our borders. We had Mexicans in America, certainly. But what happened was when Bill Clinton, George H.W. Bush pushed for it, but it was finally passed under Clinton. NAFTA had the effect of destroying Mexican agriculture. These were not people with formal educations. These were laborers. This was a labor class people. And so what happened, for example, was corn was cheap to get from Mexico. But you've got U.S. corporations like, we want to grow corn. The problem was it was more expensive to buy corn from an American producer than it was from Mexico. So under NAFTA, the U.S. government began subsidizing American farmers, meaning the U.S. government basically said this. All right, let me switch my screen back to different screen here. The U.S. government said, all right, American farmers, you want to grow corn, you're going to take a loss. So here's what we're going to do. You grow it. We will pay you the difference. Let's say Mexico, you can grow a bushel of corn for $1. Sell it for $1. But American farmers, because of the, expenses and everything, that same bushel of corn, if you sell it, would cost $1.50. Now, if you are, or $2, we'll say $2. So if you're a consumer and you go to the grocery store, here's, you can buy corn for $1. You can buy corn for $2. Which are you going to pick? You're going to get the corn that's $1. So what the American government did was we're going to take U.S. tax dollars. We are going to pay farmers that extra $1. Or we're going to pay you $1.50 so that you can sell your corn to the American consumer for 50 cents. Now you're undercutting Mexico, right? So you go to the grocery store, who are you going to buy? Are you going to buy the Mexican corn for $1 or are you going to buy the American corn for 50 cents? Well, you're going to buy the 50 cents. Now, what you don't realize as the American taxpayer is you're still paying that extra, but what's happening is the money is being taken out of your taxes and routed around and being paid to the farmers, the American farmers, to make up what they are losing. They're actually operating at a loss. The only way they're able to do this is because they are getting your tax dollars to pay the rest. Now, the impact on this, when you expanded out what NAFTA did, was it destroyed agriculture as it was in Mexico. When that happened, the people had to turn to something else. What other products can they sell? Or how are they going to make money? So a couple things happen. Now that the jobs, because the Mexican agriculture sector shrinks and shrinks and shrinks because competition, they can't sell their products, so they go out of business. They can't keep up because of the subsidies in America. So what happens is two things. One, you have the rise of a new product, marijuana, being grown. And it grows and grows and grows. And you have the rise of drug cartels. Because when you're dealing with an illegal crop or an illegal product, as we learned with prohibition, you take something like alcohol, make it illegal. Now the people that are taking the risk, these are bad people. If you're going to sell alcohol during prohibition, you could go to prison. So the people involved in doing it are people that stand to gain an awful lot. There's got to be a lot of financial incentive. So they're making the mafia is making a killing off of alcohol during prohibition. Well, the drug cartels are making a killing off of selling marijuana. In time, you have additional stuff to this, you get to the point today where a lot of it is fentanyl. But the drug cartels are pushing their product into the United States. And then you've got the brilliant Reagan administration goes and declares the war on drugs, which drives prices up even more and leads to an increased criminality. Of course, the CIA is neck deep in all this, and they're taking their cut, and they want to keep the drug trade going. And so you've got that happening. That's one thing that's happening. And so as a result of what we did to Mexican agriculture, you have the rise of the drug cartels. The other thing is those people who are now out of work, who used to grow, say, corn, for example, or work in the fields, they're given the option, look, you can either come work for the cartels or you can starve. Not a whole lot of options. And so what happens? A lot of them say, where are the jobs that we can do that are not dealing with drugs and stuff like that? They're now across the border in America. They took our jobs, right? It's so ironic that we Americans talk so much about how the Mexicans are taking our jobs when the fact is we took their jobs. Except they came across the border doing the jobs they were doing before because that's what they know how to do, but we're paying them under the table well below the kinds of wages that you would be getting paid if you were a legal American citizen. So we are facilitating this problem, and for decades we have been the recipients of the benefit of this kind of whatever. Now, as you have more and more criminality coming from the cartels, and you know how the drug wars expand, you have that element. So the Trump supporters have a valid point. It's not that what they're saying is completely wrong, but the Democrats are right as well. We have two different issues. This is where the Jake way of thinking, I think, is better than the left-right paradigm. Democrats act like there is no criminality happening. That if you are if you are anti-immigration or anti-illegal immigration, you're racist. You just hate Mexicans. But on the other side, you've got the Republicans who are, if you are trying to help these people, you should be deported too because you support criminality and you support all this terrible stuff. So you got the two sides that are not looking at the core issue. The core issue is globalism. Rich elite billionaires looking to make money by co-opting the U.S. government, passing unconstitutional crap like NAFTA. And then we have, NAFTA 2 and everything else that has followed. Those are the enemies. Those are the ones causing the problems. Those are the people we should be attacking and talking about deporting and going after. That class of people. Instead, we're fighting each other. Americans are bitching at other Americans about who's right and who's wrong, and no one's talking about the substance of the issue, which is we didn't have this problem until the mega rich reached in, screwed with the system, mucked up Mexican agriculture, resulting in a flood in the rise of drug cartels in Mexico, along with a flood of illegal immigration into the United States. So how do we deal with this problem? Do we deal with it by rounding up people whose only crime is that they cross the border or they overstayed a visa, which are misdemeanor charges? We can round them up, spend billions and billions of dollars, rip apart our social fabric, wound each other in the process, have a dirty, nasty fight over this for years to come. That's one way of dealing with it. Two, we could take some of that money, instead of putting it into paying $50,000 signing bonuses for these fat bastards that you see that are wearing the masks, these ICE agents that are going around. I've watched some videos. Some of these people are really nasty. You can tell that they're not longtime employees. These are recent people. Definitely some are Trump supporters. Just some of the videos I've watched of some of the stuff these ICE agents say about liberals destroying the country and everything while they're, arresting people that have been here for decades. What we could do is, instead of funding that kind of chaos, we could pour money into temporarily boosting up our immigration system, having more courts, having more attorneys that handle immigration, setting up a process where we can determine who should stay and who should go, who should be punished for overstaying a visa, who should be deported. Look at criminal records. Why are we deporting people to not just Mexico? Why are we taking people from Mexico who have lived here for the last 15 years, never committed any crime, no traffic offenses, nothing, but they did, overstay a visa, or they, came across the border illegally? Why are those the priority instead of the drug cartels or the people who do have records? It's just grab whoever you can and ship them off to wherever you can stick them. El Salvador or some dank prison somewhere else. It's so wrong. It is morally atrocious. And I'm someone who strongly believes in having a system of borders, and I do not support people coming, even though I've got libertarian tendencies. I break with libertarians on this. I don't believe in having a porous border where anyone can just come across and do what they want. I think we need to have a legal system. But the way you do it is you start, first of all, by fixing what we've got, understand the problem. We destroyed agriculture. These people are here. If we send them back, the problem doesn't go away. If we send all these illegals back to Mexico, where they came from, where are they going to go to? What jobs are they going to return to? They're going to end up working for cartels, and that's going to continue to be a problem. So what we can do is change the laws, stop decimating their agriculture. We can work out deals with Mexico on how to support their economy in exchange for what is good for us. Reduce the incentive that draws people here illegally. Take that away. But also, if we go and empty out America of all the illegals that we have here doing farm labor and stuff like that, we are going to cause ourselves a big collapse. Because if our agricultural industry could afford to pay wages to only people working here legally, they would have done that from the beginning. But they couldn't do it. They couldn't compete. They had to have trickery. They had to have the subsidies. They had to be able to pay people under the table. So we're going to be losing food security as a nation if we're going to have to start bringing in food from all over the place. So let's take the money, put it into a system where we try and hold as many people accountable as we can. If people are here illegally, assess through a systematic, humane process, what's their crime? Are they, other than being here illegally, are they contributing to society? Are they giving to society? If so, put them on a plan toward a pathway toward legal citizenship. Maybe they have to be here a period of years, check in from time to time to establish that they have not committed any crimes, and give them a route towards citizenship. We can't just blanket give them citizenship because they're here illegally. You don't want to reward it that way. But you can have a system that takes people who are not criminals, put them on a path toward becoming productive members of society, as they already are. Also, cut off any kind of social services that are being provided to people who are not here legally. That can be removed. If you can't support yourself and you're here illegally, sorry, no services for you other than maybe emergency hospital care or something that, that's deemed appropriate. But health care subsidies, food stamps, anything like that, need to ensure that we've got that locked down. but do everything in a humane way. Understand it's going to take some time. Put the money into the systems, and then take the money also to go after any criminal networks. First, identify who the criminals are. If you cannot identify in advance that this person is strongly suspected of being part of a drug cartel or something like that, you don't go and just snatch them off the street. Could be that this is a school teacher. Could be that this is somebody who's just a farmer who picks tomatoes out in the field. Don't go and just go after random people. Prioritize. And you could very well be doing what the Trump administration is currently doing, which is snatching people who are U.S. citizens here legally and detaining them for a period of time until you can figure out that, oh, actually this person is an American citizen. For all the Trump supporters who back during the Obama years were talking about FEMA camps, FEMA camps, FEMA camps. The federal government's going to start putting us in FEMA camps. Guess what, guys? The Trump administration has established FEMA camps all over the country, and they're putting people in it, including, perhaps by accident, some American citizens. And this process is being expanded. So I really have a lot of concerns about the precedent we're setting. I am disturbed by the lack of civility and humanity that we are exhibiting. I'm not denying there is an immigration issue, but the way that we conduct ourselves matters. The way that we handle it matters. And the smart thing to do is to go to the core of the problem. If people are flooding across the border, find out why. Is it because we're providing them with free social services? Fine, cut off the social services. Is it because they have no jobs in their country? Fine. We work out some collaborative effort with Scheinbaum down there in Mexico with their government, where we can support them in a way that benefits us, a way where they have they can regrow jobs there that de-incentivizes people coming to our country for work. And in the meantime, we may have to adapt to back to the pre-globalist, pre-free trade agreement stuff, where there are some crops we are just not going to be able to compete against Mexico with. There are some things we can't do. Fine. Anyway, I understand the problems. I don't understand why we can't resolve it in a way that doesn't rip apart the fabric of our country. All of this horrible rhetoric, Democrats and Republicans pointing fingers, and you see it play out in the nightly news, whether it's MSNBC bashing Republicans, everything is Republicans' fault, or Fox News, everything are the dumb libtards' fault. That is not serving us well. So my recommendation is that you always take these issues, understand there's probably more to it, and go to a search engine like Google or whatever, or go to ChatGPT or something and say, just type in, I understand the problem is this. What is the opposite issue? What am I missing? What's the other side of the story? And think through both sides, and then form your opinion based on the accumulation. Anytime you feel really angry about something, odds are you're being brainwashed by the media. Not always, but a lot of times, whatever the issue is has been sensationalized in a way to manipulate you, because that's what our government does. That's programs like DARPA. We talked earlier about Project Agile. That's what they do. Mass brainwashing. You control the population by programming how we think. And if you can't get us all to think the same thing at the same time, fine. Carve us up into sections based on ideology. Create enemies for us to hate. And then focus us against each other. I don't hear a whole lot of people going after the true enemy. But I do hear a whole lot of silence coming from the Trump community when it comes to going after the types of people who are responsible for all this. People like the Les Wexners of the world, the super rich, elite, billionaire class that has so much money, they're playing gods. They think that they're some kind of titans where they're manipulating global events for their own personal enrichment or just for the thrill of being a part of being, the so-called masters of the universe. The type of people who show up at Bilderberg group meetings or even worse, at Bohemian Grove retreats. These kinds of people who think that they are better than the rest of us, that you and I are just ants to them, expendable. Those are the enemies. Those people have the means to cause major destruction, and they have the sick minds, the psychotic mentality to do it. And they are the ones that are engaged in the things like, do you think you or your next door neighbor or your general coworkers are people involved in child sex trafficking? Of course not. Are people way up there at the top, some of these big time Zionists, like the Wexners of the world, people connected to the mega group that are financing Israeli ops? You think that maybe they're more likely? Absolutely. They're more likely to be involved in this stuff. In fact, we know that many of them are. One of them that I went after, that's how, they tried to sue me for the $5 million. These people do not like to be stood up to. And that, their connections makes them dangerous. And so when you've got a political figure like Donald Trump, it happens to be Trump. Could have been Biden, could have been Obama, but it's Trump, who is covering for these people. The class of people, the same class of people pushing for these free trade policies because they make money off it, are the same people involved in trying to, how do they get the government to do it? How do these people get the government to bend to their will? Let's say you're Mr. Smith. Let's say Mr. Smith is a billionaire and he's got a company where he's invested in some companies. He wants to see them expand and make considerably more money. But to do that, you need the U.S. government to intervene. You need the U.S. government to either stifle this competition over here or give tax-funded subsidies to this industry or this corporation over here. How do you get them to do that? You could say, please, you could offer some campaign money. But what's a better way? You set up, you work with an intelligence operation that is using sexual blackmail, getting politicians, existing politicians, who are being tricked or lulled into sleeping with either young girls or even worse, as the Franklin cover-up talks about, young boys. Get the compromise on them, get the photos, get the dirt on them. Let them know you've got it. Let them know that you intend to destroy them and their families with this dirt. But you'd rather not, because all you really need for them to do is to vote a certain way. Or, even better, get them promoted in government, move them up the line. It may take a few years. That's why you always keep the plates spinning. Move them up into positions, get them connected, use your network to connect them to those people who are going to end up as presidents or in administrations. So let's say you got a candidate running who's got a past, a sordid past, easy to blackmail him, easy to control. You take all of these little, smaller, corrupt people that you've flipped, get them into this guy's team as his advisors. He wins the White House. So you now pole vault from being just a U.S. senator to now being, say, Secretary of State. Or maybe you're now running the Pentagon. Or maybe you're the head of this cabinet. Maybe you're Alex Acosta, the crooked, prosecutor, federal prosecutor, appointed by Republicans, who was used to help Epstein get out of his original trouble that he was in back in 2006 through 8. So this guy did this. So now what are we going to do? Hey, Trump, take this guy that built up the sweetheart deal for Epstein and make him Secretary of Labor. Take this other guy, put him in this position. You know Epstein's lawyers over here? Alan Dershowitz, let's make him one of your attorneys. Let's take Pam Bundy, who was working with Alan Dershowitz. Let's make her your attorney general. Let's just take all of these people involved in these dirty operations, put them in there as your people. Now you've got an entire administration where who gives a damn who's writing the laws anymore? Because when you consolidate power in the executive branch, it's all just done by decree. And when you have bought off both parties, the majority of both parties, usually, or the idea is, you're supposed to have checks and balances. You're supposed to have the U.S. Congress saying, hey, wait a second, executive branch, president, you can't do that. That is a function of the U.S. Congress. Well, if you're Mr. Smith, you and your allies control this cabal that now makes up the current U.S. administration. They are doing stuff like, I don't know, say going in and taking Ghislaine Maxwell and giving her a deal where you stick her in a, club fed instead of the prison she was in for being a child sex trafficker. When you control that, and Congress normally would come and say, executive branch, you cannot do these things. We are going to impeach you if you don't stop doing this, or if you don't undo what you've done. If you can get in there and buy off these lower level politicians through, say, maybe a great big lobby like AIPAC, and they all spend their time, more time on Twitter, talking about how great Israel is than they do actually working on behalf of me and you, the people who allegedly elected them, now you've got a good deal going. That is the reality of the system that we have. That is why originally people who were Trump supporters saying, drain the swamp, that was the right sentiment. That was the right goal. But that is not what happened. Because people were not informed enough about these people to know that Trump was surrounded by criminals, by people who were loyal to Israel, by people who were clearly corrupt, that had some of them criminal records. So are you going to drain the swamp by taking a bunch of criminals and putting them in power? No. That was my argument in 2016. That's what I kept telling people. I don't fault you for having the right motivation, but I fault you for not taking the time to look deeper into this, because you're making a huge mistake. This is not going to turn out the way you think it is. It's going to end up worse than things are now. And the problem, of course, that anyone is going to point out is, well, what was the alternative? I get it. I know. The alternative is usually no better. But in this case, it would be, in my mind, very difficult to do worse than Trump. Someone like Kamala Harris, who I despise, she's an idiot. She's an absolute idiot. She would have been a clown. She would have been a moron. She would have been Biden 2.0, where she's not actively helping Israel to kill Palestinians by in the way that Trump is, But she would have just perpetuated the Biden plan, which is keep your mouth shut, keep the money flowing. Every once in a while say, tisk, tisk, that you should be better than that, Israel. That's what we would have gotten from Harris. Ongoing genocide and everything else. Under Trump, we get genocide on steroids. We get Israel saying, oh yeah, well, not only are we going to do this, but we're going to start war with Iran. And trust me, more is coming. It's not over. It is not over. And thank goodness Iran is pushing fast to rebuild their missile arsenal. They've still got about 1,600 ballistic missiles left. They didn't spend them all. But when Israel attacks a second time, they better have their ducks in a row, because Iran is going to know if Israel comes back a second time, and they're going to, it's going to be bigger. And so they better not hold back. They better use those missiles quicker than they did. They were very measured the last time. They need to hit them hard up front. But Israel's not going to go to bat again unless they know that they've got Trump ready to go to fight for them. Because, Israel, they suck. They're really good at killing children. They're really tough when you go and fight an unarmed people. They're really, really tough. You have to look at the courage and bravery of Israel. It is not an easy thing to go up against a bunch of starving civilians waiting in food lines. I mean, anything could happen to you if you go fight them. But to their credit, the Israeli Jews that go into battle against the people in the food lines, I mean, they are true heroes. True heroes. But even with all of their heroic ability to slaughter civilians, they don't do so well against an armed opponent like Iran. So they're going to definitely need Donald Trump to do their fighting for them. And so really it's just a matter of, what are they going to do to get Trump to, what are they going to use against him, or use to manipulate him? You don't even have to blackmail him. You could say, look at we've got prepared these pictures. Imagine the Gaza Strip looking like this. Here's our plan. It's glitzy, it's glamorous. We've got this nightclub. We've got this here. Here's where the oil pipeline is going to go through up here. Here's where the canal is going to go. And right here, take a look at this mock-up we've done of the Trump Tower here. Isn't that gorgeous? And we're even going to name the little community there, the little city. We're going to name the whole city after you. We're going to call it, Trump City or something. That's how you get Donald Trump to say, and what do I need to do to get this? Go to war with Iran? Say, yeah, let's do it. I mean, that's how much backbone Donald Trump has. And that's how easy it is to manipulate him. Anyway, that's all I got to say about that. Hey, a minute ago, I missed Flickoff had left another donation. Said, thanks for your analysis in the canal that I asked for. I've got a lot to rewatch with the canal in mind. Remember what Trump said about Gaza's future a while back. It will be for the people of the world. Absolutely. Yeah, and Flickoff had made donations in the past and asked about this topic. So that's why I brought up today's topic for our friend Flickoff. And thank you for that donation, Flickoff. I appreciate you so much. And then, Flickoff says, how far do you think Trump would go for the Trump-Ben Gurion Canal? Oh, yeah. Yeah, just piggybacking off what I was saying a minute ago, I think when he is told that if it's just the canal, there's the geopolitical reasons to support it, right? But he's vain and he wants a legacy. He wants to be remembered. And one way that you remember people is by erecting monuments to them. And Trump's monuments are his buildings. Because, he puts Trump across the top. You can't miss it. Trump. So if you take what clearly he wants, which is the Riviera of the Middle East, and you can show him how he's going to get his legacy. He's going to make money, but he's going to get popularity and glamour from this. That's the way you win him over. So if Netanyahu is smart, and he is, that's what they'll do. So I think Trump would go. I think that he's going to end up in full support of what it is that Israel is prepping to do. I think they're wanting to unleash hell and like totally clear out Gaza City, which is the home to like 1.2 million people. I think Trump's going to go along with it. And the thing is, if we don't get him on this Epstein stuff, it's going to be really bad for the Palestinian people, because Israel can't do this stuff without the support of U.S. military power and, you know, this diplomatic cover at the UN and everything else, but especially military support and tamping down any pockets of resistance from the international community. Got to keep the Arabs silent, got to shut them up, you know, you got to keep MBS happy in Saudi Arabia. You got to keep Jordan happy, got to keep Egypt happy, which is going to be real hard to do with this, but so you need Trump. But Trump is under fire because of the Epstein stuff. If the Epstein stuff escalates, it's going to be very hard for Trump to also go all in on supporting what Israel wants to do there in Gaza, which is a full, complete takeover and drive out force the Palestinians into Egypt. Basically, for Israel to succeed, they're going to have to turn the United States against Egypt, because we're going to have to take some strong actions against Egypt. We're going to have to say, you know what, and so that could have consequences for Israel. But as long as we've got the United States, as long as they've got us as the bodyguard, they're good. But with Trump having to deal with this Epstein stuff, with it a real threat, especially the obvious appearance that he's doing this to protect people connected to an Israeli intelligence operation, either people funding it or people that have been compromised by it. If we keep this alive, it keeps the pressure on him. He'll look for diversions. That's why he's trying everything right now. He's just throwing stuff at the wall. And the current thing is, I desperately need a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. And if I can't get an actual peace deal, I will settle for Russia just, you know, getting everything they want, decimating Ukraine's military, and just calling it peace. Like, he needs the headlines. He needs anything he can get. And if he can create spectacle by somehow having the Clintons or Obama hauled into Washington, D.C. to have to testify to what they've, you know, their involvement with Epstein, or who knows what he would try and manufacture, what kind of carnival he would, anything he can do to draw attention away from himself, he will. Remember, if you've ever seen a cornered animal, how it acts. It gets a feral look in its eyes, and those teeth come out, and it'll do anything to escape. It'll do anything when you back it into a corner. And that's how Trump is going to be. He'll do anything to get out of this Epstein mess, because he knows that he's in big trouble if this stuff comes out. And I don't necessarily mean, even though I think it's a very real possibility that he has committed sexual offenses that Epstein knows very much about. And I think that that's alluded to, hinted at in the birthday letter that he wrote to Epstein, and plenty of other hints. But at the very least, where there's near certainty, is that Trump is connected to people that he is trying to cover for, trying to protect. people that are connected to Israel. So Israel needs this Epstein stuff to go away. Donald Trump needs this stuff to go away. And that is why we must not let it leave the news cycle. By the way, if anyone would like to purchase one of these Epstein didn't hang himself, or this air freshener didn't hang himself air fresheners, if you'll send me an email, jake@blackstoneintel.com, tell me you want one. What I'll do is just tell you how you can make a PayPal payment or some other. I've got different options, Cash App, PayPal, all kinds of stuff. I'll give you an option for $10. I'll send you one, include shipping and everything. If you want to buy one, we've got to keep the Epstein story alive. Keep talking about it. We will never get a more important issue to talk about than this when it comes to Trump, because we have seen since 2023, and me and many of you longer than that, but especially since 2023, Israel's committing outright genocide. If the genocide of the Palestinians is not sufficient to capture the hearts and minds of the American people, we got to use what can. And there's way more interest in America in the Epstein story than there is in what's happening to the Palestinians. This, the general population cares about more, and it crosses party lines. There are more Democrats, but honestly, it needs to be the Republicans that are leading the way, because the Democrats, no offense, but when it comes to this stuff, they're dummies. They don't know how to conduct themselves on this. They don't know what matters. What matters is when Trump's own party is saying, whoa. There's a lot that we will cover our eyes and ears and mouths over to defend you. This is too much. We cannot be silent about this. It's the Republican Party, not the Democrat Party, that can really make a difference here. Because when you keep the Epstein stuff alive, inevitably, it is going to lead to further disclosures connected to Israel and the Mossad, which will further degrade public support for what Israel is doing against the Palestinians. That's my motivation here. I've long since given up on the idea that Donald Trump is ever going to pay for any crime in America in any substantial way. And honestly, I don't even care. What I do care about is what's happening to the Palestinian people. But the way that I get what I want is it's a longer route around the block, but it gets us there. And that route is keeping the Epstein story alive. And that's why I care so much. That's one reason. I also care deeply about victims of sex trafficking. Long before this Epstein stuff was coming out, I was doing real investigative work into sex trafficking organizations and actually helping to bust up some real life sex trafficking rings. And long before that, when I lived in Thailand, among the things that I did was help victims of international child sex trafficking there. It wasn't the bulk of my work, but it was something I did some. I even got in a physical fight to protect someone. Now, this one wasn't a child. This was a woman in her, I'm guessing, 30s. But I got in a fight against a couple sex traffickers. Have I ever told this story? Tell me in the chat if I've ever told this story about my fight against the two sex traffickers. About the woman that went flying out of the back of the pickup truck. In fact, I'll show you here where this took place at. Give me a second here. I may have told the story before, I don't know, but so bear with me if you've heard it before. In the early 90s, I was in Southeast Asia, and I lived for a couple years in Thailand. And one of the places that I lived I lived in Ubon Ratchathani, this Jangwat, the province, Ubon Ratchathani. It's on the border of Laos over here. And I was reassigned to Surin. Surin is the province known as the elephant capital of Asia. Elephants everywhere. But anyway, so I traveled on train. I left from Ubon, took a train through Sisagate, and moved to Surin. And I lived in Surin for about 5 months. But anyway, let me see. I don't know that I can find the mall. This was so long ago, the mall may not even be there. Oh, what was the name of that? Fujifilm. Let's see if, no, it's going to take me way over there. I was going to look for the Fuji. There's a mall in Surin. And I was coming out of the mall with a guy I was working with. And back then I was riding, a lot of people rode bicycles and mopeds. Not a whole lot of people were using cars. Most people were on mopeds or bicycles. But anyway, so in Surin, dang it, let me see, do I have it marked? Do I have a pin? No. It would take me it would screw up things. It would take me too long to find the pin or to find the exact location. But anyway, I'm in Surin. I'm coming out of the mall, the only mall there. And as I'm coming down the steps, right in front is the street, the road. Cars traveling this way, cars traveling that way. And right at the bottom of the steps, there's a little sidewalk in front of us. And all of the mopeds and the bicycles are lined up real close, real tight together, just in a row along the sidewalk there. So I'm coming down here to where the bicycles and mopeds are. And right there, I'm talking about maybe 20 feet away, as a pickup truck that had kind of a steel bed frame around the bed of the truck. It's driving down the road, and out of the back of the truck, I see a person come flying out, lands on the road, just lands on their side, rolls, and is just laying there, looks dead. And I'm stunned for a second because I'm like, what, did that person jump? What happened? Before I could act, the truck had stopped, hit the brakes, and the driver and a guy that was in the back of the bed, they come out, go running back to where this woman is. The woman had on a blue top, traditional Thai wrap around her waist that went down toward her ankles, flip-flops. They run back to her, and she's still laying there. I don't know if she's dead. She's not moving. They run up, and immediately the first guy stamps on the side of her head's on the ground like this, stamps on her head with full force using his heel. Just boom, like this. I'm like, what the hell? So I start moving toward them. And I'm running over there, and they're now kicking her. Well, I get over, and the first guy I hit, and he goes back. The other guy steps back a few steps. I help the woman stand up. She's getting up. She's in the process of getting up. She's scraped up, but not bleeding or anything. Not that I could tell. The thing that I immediately noticed is she's holding a bag of chicken. Back in Thailand, most of your food you'd get from street vendors, at least back then. This is early 90s. I don't know how things have changed. But you get it from carts and street vendors. She is holding a bag, a clear bag. One inside is a bag of chicken on a stick, pieces, because they cut everything up, and then a bag of sticky rice. And she's holding it in one hand. I help her up, and she immediately tries to get behind me, which I'm okay with. But one guy comes the guy that I haven't hit, he comes charging at us. I ward him off over toward the bikes, while the other guy is coming toward me, and I take a stance, ready to fight him, and he just stands there. While he's standing there, I look back over, and the other guy in front of the bikes is coming toward me. I took a couple steps forward, did a thrust to his ribs on either side, knock him into the bikes, which was more dramatic than I intended because it knocked them over like dominoes. Boom, 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 boom. Mopeds are down. A bike or two, that's close to the street. And so now what it has done is, because their truck is on the other side of the road, it has stopped traffic on that side. Now, because I'm on this side of the road and the bikes are knocked over, it has stopped traffic on this side. And this is the main road in town, the most active road. And I'm thinking, this is not going to go well. I'll just say it was a precarious thing for me to be there. I did not want to get arrested. Let me put it that way. So I'm like, shit, I got to get out of here. The problem is that right outside the mall, like connected to it, was a Fujifilm store, which over there was the main, everybody, when you took pictures, it wasn't digital back then. You had to get them developed, but it was very, very popular in Thailand to take pictures and go into the little store. I had been in this Fujifilm store a million times myself, getting pictures developed. But I'm right there. I'm like, what's going through my head is, they're going to get pictures of me, and I'm going to get in trouble here. Because I figured people going in and out, they're going to have cameras. So the guy I'm with, I'll just say white. Not because of his skin color. I say, white, get a cop. So he takes off. And the guys get back up. Or the guy gets back up. And I go in ready to fight. The woman gets behind me. And she crouches down. She's kind of like this. Let me make it bigger so you can see. So she gets behind me, and she kind of crouches around like this, but grabs me with two hands. One is still holding the chicken, the bag, because it's got a handle over her hand. But she's grabbing me, which is bad because that limits my movement. But she's terrified. And the two men come at me like this. And basically I fight them off. After a couple of shots, they don't know that I can speak Thai. But, I'm yelling at them. Ya yung na, ya yung na. And anyway, I don't know how much time passed. Wasn't very long. I'm waiting for White to come back with a cop. By this point, since it's the mall, everyone is pouring out. Word has gotten out. There's a white guy, an American, they assume, out in the street fighting, which this is Surin. Me and White were the only white guys in the entire province. Very rural place. That's not true. There was one other white guy. There was an expat who had opened up a little hamburger place. Well, hamburger was something that he made special for me because I never got American food. He once made me a pizza. Hey, you want me to make you a pizza? I'm like, man, I haven't had pizza in 8 or 9 months. Yes, make me a pizza. And his name was Ron. And I think he was from Texas. I don't know. He seemed like he was from Texas. Anyway, so he makes this little pizza. It doesn't really look like a pizza, but it's close enough. And I'm eating the first slice. And I don't want to say anything bad to him, but finally I'm like, Ron, this tastes like soap. It tastes like soap. Did you maybe mix something in? He's like, no, that's real Parmesan cheese. And Thailand, they back then, you rarely got cheese. They just didn't eat it. I don't know, Ron, I've had Parmesan cheese. This does not taste this tastes like soap. But I didn't want to push it. So I just said, you know what, I got to go. Let me take the rest with me. And I threw it away because I didn't want to offend him. He seemed like a nice guy. But the next time I went, he said, oh, you know what? It was soap. He said, I have my can. He said, I keep my dish. What I use for dishwashing is this powdered soap, and I keep it in a can, and it looks just like the can that I get the Parmesan in. And I accidentally got some of that out. I'm like, freaking Ron, feed me putting soap, powdered soap on my pizza. But anyway, so sorry, I got off on that. So I'm standing there warding these guys off, and they're not saying anything because I assume they thought I couldn't speak. No, they knew because I was shouting stuff at them, so they knew something. But anyway, got a big crowd around me that has formed a circle, and I'm waiting for White to come back, and I'm looking around, and I notice standing in the circle, like up front, in the front layer of this circle, is a cop who has been standing there for I don't know how long watching this. He had his dark sunglasses on, his brown uniform, and I pointed at him. I said, "You, get over here." And he comes over, and I say, these guys are trying to kill this woman. And he looks over at the first thing he says to me, "Did they hurt you?" And I said, "No, they haven't hit me. They haven't been able to hit me." And so he turns to them and he says, "Is this your woman?" And they nod, and the woman starts screaming, and she says, "I don't know these men. They just grabbed me in, other part of town." She said, "I have no idea who they are. They're kidnapping me." And I'm thinking, I'm in trouble because I cannot afford to fight this cop. But I know what's going to happen because so many of them were dirty. And he says, "I'll take it from here." So White has gotten back at this point. I say, I said, "The cops have it. Let's go." As I'm leaving, I can hear behind me, he says, "Take her. Don't do this in front of the Americans again." And I turn around, and they've got the woman, and they're taking her. And that has haunted me and filled me with rage ever since. Because there were sex traffickers. I mean, that's sex trafficking in certain parts of the country, especially up in, I'll show you another place, someone I had worked with. I won't go into stories or anything, but I worked with one woman from Chiang Rai up here in the north. You've got Chiang Mai, which is kind of a popular mountain area. But up here in Chiang Rai, this is where I was living when General Kun Sa, the Burmese warlord, put the kidnapping order out on me. But anyway, up here in Chiang Rai, there's a girl, Yu Yi, which I think was named after some pop star. She, her parents sold her older sister 1 year. The sex traffickers came around and offered money, and so they sold her. And the next year when they came around again, they tried to get Yu Yi, and she was like 12 years old. And she fled. Anyway, I worked with her trying to hide her. But anyway, yeah, this dirty cop turned the woman over. Who knows what happened? Maybe they, end up trafficking, or maybe they just decided to kill her. I don't know. It really bothers me. I'll show you sometime. Hold on a second. Hold on, let me turn my camera off a second here. Where is it at? All right, give me just a second. Let me. All right, let me turn my camera back on here. There it is. All right. I've got albums from my time there, different photo albums. I took a picture of the location. Let me just see if I can find it. Find which album it's in. Here's a guy. I took a picture of this guy up, and it's hard to see, but dude up in a tree grabbing some coconuts. We ate tons of coconuts. Oh yeah, so like these are pictures of my time in Surin on the Cambodian border. I had to learn a Cambodian dialect. You've got regular Thai. Then I had to learn Isan when I lived in Isan, which is a kind of a Laotian dialect that I had to learn over in Ubon, and then in Surin, I had to learn a Cambodian dialect. So, for example, if you are just speaking Thai Glong, Thai average Thai, if you want to say hello or hi, how are you? You would say Sawat Di. If you want to say it polite, if you're a guy, you say Sawat Di Kap. Sawat Di Kap. And if you're in Ubon or along the Laotian border, you would say Yudi mi hangba. Yudi mi hangba. Which is kind of the same means the same thing, just different dialect. But then down in on the Cambodian border, you would say Sarol Jia Hui. So they sound very different. So Sarol Jia Hui. Anyway, I'm just looking real quick to see if I've got. I was talking about elephants everywhere. You can see just elephants all over the place. Be walking through fields and I translated a speech for the Prime Minister who was visiting Surin. He was speaking to an audience, and let me see here. This is the... Yeah, okay. Here's a picture. All right, let me move this. Have I still got people out there? Let me check. Do I have... Make sure I'm still connecting. I've still got any viewers. Shoot, it's... Oh, man, it's almost 3 o'clock. So much for getting in bed early. Earlier than normal. How many people we got out there? It's not telling me. 90. We got about 90 people watching. All right. Just making sure. All right. So this, if you look at it here. So let's see. So this is coming out of the mall. You see here, I'm talking about a line. And sorry if my fingernails look bad. I was working with some foam, that spray foam stuff. I was actually making some fake brains with it. And anyway, it got on my fingernails, and 2 or 3 days ago, I can't get it off. It's still on there. But anyway, so there's that line of motorcycles I was talking about. And if you look close here, that green sign, let me see if I can get it to focus. That's the Fujifilm store that I was talking about. But this is the road. This is why I was saying we shut down traffic in both directions. I was on this side of the road over here fighting them. And you can see here's a pickup, but it was kind of like that, but bigger, and it wasn't covered like that. It was just like a cage kind of thing that I used to see them picking up dogs in and putting them in there. But that's the location right there in that street. That's where I had that fight. That would have been in 1994. Kick their asses. At least I have that satisfaction. Anyway. Ramplant says that story you told then means that trafficking is common in Thailand. Huge problem in Thailand. Especially down in Bangkok. Oh my gosh. The soy cowboy. Cowboy Road, I think is what it. Soy is like road. Cowboy Road in a part of Bangkok that was basically the red light district, the main road everywhere. I once walked down it accidentally. My first day, I was out on a hunt. I was set out, and they were testing, making sure I could do the work and knew the language well enough that I could get around. And, you go to this point, go to this point, go do this here, go to the train station there. But on my way back to the headquarters, I was trying to get back as quick as I can. And this is my first time in Bangkok. So I go down a road. I did not know it was Soy Cowboy. I figured it out awfully quick, though, because I'm like, oh, crap. There's all these go-go bars, all of these prostitutes everywhere. And a lot of these were young girls. And I knew that there was a very high AIDS rate there, largely thanks to tourists and American GIs on shore leave and everything. Very popular location. But anyway, that first day I'm walking down the road, cutting through, and I have prostitutes that walk out, hey, you come in here, and like they come and they put their hands on either side of, they grab me, one on each arm and then my forearm. You come here. No, you come here. We show you a good time. And I was like, I'm afraid to pull away. Like, I'm still walking, but they had long nails, and I'm terrified. I'm like, oh, I don't want to pull away hard, because what if they scratch me and they've got blood on their nails or something and I get AIDS? I was scared. But anyway, I was just like, no, thank you. No, thank you. I kept going, and eventually they, let go. But terrible, terrible. A lot of those people are there. They're sex trafficking victims. Let me find this. Oh, it's going to make me cry just looking at this. This girl here that I have on the cover, this little girl, she was at an orphanage that I worked at, volunteered at. When I lived in a certain part of Bangkok, I went and volunteered there every week for about just an hour a week. But this little girl was one of the orphans. She was 2 years old. Her name was Fawina. And I fell in love with this little girl. She was a child of a sex worker and was abandoned because they'd get pregnant and they can't take care of these kids, so they would just drop the babies off. Well, this one, Fawina, she you can see here I am at the orphanage. I'm feeding Fawina. And anyway, she was a sex trafficking or a baby born from sex traffickers, or from a sex trafficked woman, and was abandoned. But her mother also had a drug addiction, because a lot of sex trafficking victims are kept under control through addiction. You inject them with heroin or something, and they got to keep coming back to you. They'll keep working for you and not flee. You'd think, well, why don't they just take off? Well, for one, they get the hell beaten out of them if they get caught trying to leave. But also, that's your pimp gives you the drugs, and when you're heavily addicted, you kind of sometimes voluntarily stay around because of that, even though you live a life of abuse and degradation. But anyway, the Fawina's mom was a drug addict, and so before she was even 2 years old, she had already had 2 surgeries that the orphanage had done for her. She had a heart condition, had a bad heart, but she was also autistic. She couldn't speak, and the only time she smiled was when I was swinging her. She needed that stimulation. But when I got back to the States years later, I tried to start adoption procedures. I wanted to adopt her, and I had just gotten married and talked about it. And my wife was like, "Yeah, let's do that." And they had told me she's probably not going to live much past her teen years, if she even makes it to that. Are you willing to go forward with that? I'm like, do it, try and give her the best life I can in the time that she has. But the problem was 2 things. One, it was going to cost way more money than I had. It was going to be about $20,000 all together, the adoption fees, international adoption, everything else. And I had started having kids of my own, and I was less in a position to bring on another kid, especially with the expense of what it would be. Excuse me. There was something else I was going to show you. What was it? Oh yeah, there was. Let's see if there's a picture here. I've got so many pictures. Here's a picture of. Oh, I took the picture of me holding this snake out, but I lived in a part of Bangkok for about 6 months, an area called Thonburi, and Bangkok is built on over canals, and so everywhere you've got canals underneath everything. So to get to my place, it was just my place that I was staying was right back here. But we had this sidewalk built over the canal, and every day 2 pythons came out crawling across there. One was the mom, and this was the baby. This was the small one. Well, I've got a picture of me holding the python by the head as it's crawling by. I've got an open spot here where I've apparently taken it out and didn't return it. I'm just going to show you another one here, but I don't. It might take me too long to find it. It's in. Actually, it should be. It was in. When I was in Tonbury, so it should be in that one. Oh, I've got to. Oh, here we go. So this is another one. This was one of my neighbors. I was walking home in the rain one night, and you can see that's a baby in a duffel bag there. This was another time. One of my neighbors, I had just gotten there when the neighbors had found, they heard crying outside their place. They walked outside, and there's a duffel bag and a little baby inside of it. What was it? It was a sex trafficking sex worker had a baby, and she just put the baby in a bag and dropped it off at the just went walking around, dropped it off at a house, hoping that whoever lived there would do it. So they're Buddhist over there, and these neighbors, they were poor. They're all poor, but they saw it as kind of a divine blessing of some kind and considered it good luck. So I've got another picture somewhere here where a lot of the neighborhood people showed up and gave them cash to kind of help them start out, kind of like a baby shower, to help them take care of this baby. So yes, to answer the question, sex trafficking is a huge problem in Thailand. One of these days I'll have to go through more of these photos and tell you more stories. I got to make sure though that I that I clear it first and make sure I'm showing, not showing certain photos. I don't necessarily want everyone to know the full nature of what work I was doing in Southeast Asia. Anyway. All right, well, I'm hoping that you guys could, if you've enjoyed the show and this kind of chit chat, whatever, that you'll take a minute to hit the thumbs up. Definitely go there to the, go down on your phone if you're watching on the phone or whatever. Find the alert button, the notification button, and turn that on if you haven't already turned it on. And I guess I'll just put a plug in again for my show here as I'm getting off. The last couple of years I've been doing private contract work because YouTube got to where it was just so suppressed. I wasn't making any money from it anymore, and I needed to do something to take care of my own family. But anyway, I'm back doing it again, hoping that I can build it up. And the way that I can sustain this and continue doing it, tell you guys stories, give you Blackstone reports and everything else, is through viewer support, because I don't get a single penny from ads. YouTube does not pay me any kind of advertising revenue, so I rely on direct donations from you guys. There are a couple of ways, and you think, you can donate, but also I want to provide, where possible, something in return for your support beyond just my shows. So one is you can go to blackstoneintel.substack.com, and You can subscribe there. It's $5 a month. I publish Blackstone reports there. Another way that you can give is through Patreon, patreon.com/BlackstoneIntel. And the other subscription option is the YouTube channel. And 5 gift subscriptions were given out tonight. I'll put some more stuff on there. The Blackstone is, if you do the $5 and up, that's the one I'd prefer that people subscribe to, because that'll give you the most options. Mertman Maiko says, can I get your Cash App name so I can get 2 of those air fresheners? Yeah, man. Let's see. Let me make sure. Let me look here. I'm pretty sure that it is Blackstone Intel. Let me double check on the Cash App. Yeah. Yeah, it's just Blackstone Intel. So if you do it, I don't remember on Cash App if you can leave a note on it when you make a payment. If so, send your address, of course, there. And if it doesn't let you add a note to it, then make sure you just follow up and send me an email to jake@blackstoneintel.com with your address. But yeah, $10 per Epstein thing. So if anyone wants one of those Epstein things, you can use any. Down on the bottom, scrolling at the bottom, you see my PayPal. You can donate through there too. PayPal.me/BlackstoneIntel. Just make sure and attach a note what it's for, that you want one of these Epstein air fresheners. That would be awesome, Mertman Maiko. And I do enjoy mycology. Very, very enjoyable. Ramplants. I don't know if it's Ramplants. Jake, I've been listening to you and subscribed for years, but lost track of you for a while. Unfortunately, I'm not in the position to donate. I'm struggling myself. Hey, I gotcha. There's only if anyone's got a couple dollars to spare. But I appreciate the sentiment. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Charua says, awesome your work, Jake. Love from Australia. Same back at you. Thank you so much. Very kind words. I appreciate you. On your previous comment was, so the king of Thailand with all his money cannot solve this big problem in his country or doesn't want to. It's a combination of things. The king of Thailand today is very different from the king of Thailand when I lived there. First of all, in Thailand, the king, at least at that time, was considered more than just royalty. He was considered divine. And you don't approach the king at his level. If the king is sitting, and this was even the prime minister himself, when you approach the king, you only do it with his permission. And if he's sitting down, you get on the floor and you crawl on your belly to him. And you why? You put your hands up like this. You see people in the West doing this business, and it looks kind of funny because they don't know what they're doing. In Thailand, that's actually the standard greeting, but there's a hierarchy to it. If you are equals, then you Y like this, roughly like that. Your fingers at your nose level or below. If you're talking to an inferior, and that would be, for example, if I'm talking to a child, or say, doing a Y for to a child, I would do it down like this or lower. If you're I don't know what the English word is. Like Y is like the gesture of greeting. If you're doing it for someone superior, like a monk or the king, you do it like this. But it's a thing over here where, like, if you're doing yoga or whatever, everyone's doing this, and I don't know what they're doing, but whatever. I guess it just means different things to different cultures. But anyway, Bhumibol, King Bhumibol, was the king when I was there. He was actually a very decent person. Him and his wife were actually kind people. But the role of the king is a figurehead. Not you had a government. It wasn't really a secular government because everybody's Buddhist, but the king was kind of like in England. You know, you've got the Queen of England. She had influence, but she wasn't running the government. And same there, King Bhumibol. It wasn't his role to be dealing with that. But also Thailand, especially Bangkok, really relied on tourism. And a lot of it was sex tourism. It was part of the economy, unfortunately. Probably still is. I haven't been back in a number of years. But the thing was, when I was there, his son, he had a son and he had a daughter. His daughter was beloved by the people. I saw her once. She was one of those. She was a princess who would get out there among the common people, out there doing grungy kind of stuff that you wouldn't think someone of royalty would be involved in. She was very, very popular among the people. Her brother, her older brother, though, was the guy who was going to inherit the throne, though, because he's male and also the firstborn, but evil. Absolutely evil. And the people could not speak against him because you go to prison for that. But it was unspoken, but everyone knew he was evil. And he's the king over there today. And he's what's called a gatui, which is a derogatory word for kind of a tranny. Very corrupt, very evil. He's really decimated the monarchy over there. But in Thailand, you could be put in jail, at least when I was there, even this is like the 90s. So I don't know what all has changed, but you had a lot of laws that protected the monarchy from criticism. So, for example, in a lot of places I lived, buses were very, very common. You got around on public bus transportation. And when you'd get on, instead of putting your, like here in the West, buses, you get on, you kind of put your money in or whatever right as you get on. Instead, they had these guys that had, it looked a lot like this. This is something you put vegetables in on a grill, but they had this thing and it would open up and the worker would walk around and clack it, open and clack, clack, clack. And as he came around, you would give him your money. But every once in a while, someone would drop a coin on the floor. And normally what you do in most places, a coin falls and is rolling, you kind of stamp on it and reach down and pick it up. Not over there. If you step on a coin in Thailand, you could be put in prison because the most unholy part of the body is the bottom of the foot. The most holy part of the body is the head. And the image of the king, who is considered to be divine, is on all the coins. So if you stamp on a coin, you're putting your foot on the face of the king. So that was a big no-no. Almost every single home, maybe every single one that I was ever in, rich, poor, didn't matter, had a picture of the king on their wall. Most homes also had spirit houses because of the belief that every home had spirits in them and you had to keep them appeased. But anyway, King Bhumibol, He lived into his 90s, I think. No, I never met him. Like I said, I did translate one of the prime ministers and some governors. I translated a speech for the governor of Surin. But anyway, sorry. Yeah, with all his money and everything, he didn't or couldn't or wouldn't, I don't know. But sex trafficking has always been, or at least for many, many years, has been a huge problem there in Thailand, and I suspect it still is. The Insane Chef says, it's kind of like that here. We had the king, but Colonel Tom Parker was the divine one. Mert Manco says, I can't find your Cash App name. I think it's got the $sign in it. Let's see. I don't know if I can. Probably can't log in online. Yeah, I can see the. Let me close that. Oh, I apologize. This is actually what it is. Let me bring up my screen so I can see it. I told you wrong. It is Jake Blackstone 333. It's got the $sign there. Jake Blackstone 333. You probably can't scan that, but that's the Cash App. $sign Jake Blackstone 333. I'm sorry. It used to be Blackstone Intel, and I closed that account a while back and had to start a new one, but couldn't get the name back. But either way, if you prefer to send it, you can do it that way as well. Whatever works. As a Tamil, the similarities are so prevalent by your stories as our culture played a huge role in Southeast Asia. Where is that? Sri Lanka, Singapore? Part of India? Where is that? I don't remember where the people are. You have to tell me in the chat there. That's very interesting what you're saying. Anyway, I do have a bit of a lag at this point in the stream. Yeah, but anyway, I think what I was saying earlier, if anyone wants to make a donation, there's my Cash App, paypal.me/BlackstoneIntel, patreon.com/BlackstoneIntel. I enjoy doing this. I want to keep doing it, but I've got to make money at it if I'm going to put tons of time into it. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. I enjoyed it. I hope you guys had a good time. Oops, sorry. And you'll have to let me know if I do the reports like I did early on, and I tried to keep it short. I tried not to go a real long time on that. And then just, I've been chatting with you guys and talking about whatever you bring up in the chat there, whether it's the history of Israel or some stuff in Asia, whatever. I don't ever know how much, what my audience prefers. So you just can give me feedback on what you enjoy, what parts of the Blackstone live streams you enjoy the most. If you want me to do more games or anything like that, just let me know. But I'm going to go ahead and shut things down here, and you can leave any additional comments on the video after it's up, and I'll make sure and read those. But I'm going to wrap it up. We're at 4.5 hours, 4 hours, 35 minutes. I'm going to end it for now so I can get some rest. Oh, crap. I forgot. I got to take a dog to the vet in the morning. So I got to take my son to school and take the dog to the vet after that to get her rabies shot. Oh, Tamil Nadu is the modern state of the region within the modern nation state of India, and Elam in northeast Sri Lanka. Tamilakam was the kingdom before British occupation. Oh, you've piqued my curiosity. I'll have to read up on that. Because I really know very little about that history. Very interesting. Ron Plentz, Jake, do you remember 12 years ago you told us a story of you driving up in a mountain in a desert area and being followed by 2 cars? Was that the one where I was out in the desert traveling to one of the militia meetings with Clive and Bundy back during the time that we were doing the dealing with Lavoy? Finicum had been shot by the FBI, killed by the FBI. That was probably it. It was a rental car. Yeah, and they hit the rental car and zapped it pretty good and freaked me out. I don't know if that's the one you're talking about, but that's probably it. I'll have to go into that, tell that story sometime. Might have been a while since folks have heard that. I'll have to look, though, and find my pictures, because I do have the one picture that I took of the car behind me. I took a picture of the rear view mirror because I'm driving. I wasn't going to stop. I snapped the picture of the car behind me while everything was going on. That was scary. Yeah, that was scary. I thought, this is it. This is the time they're going to get me. Because I was staying in southern corner of Utah because it was so close to Arizona and everywhere else, Nevada, traveling back and forth between Las Vegas and on over to, it was Cane Beds, Arizona, or Cane something, where the Bundy ranch was. No, Bundys were in the middle in Nevada, in the corner there, I think, and I was, and it was Cane Beds was where the Finicums were doing the funeral. But anyway, the little hotel I was staying at, I was the only car in the parking lot. Only car in the parking lot in the middle of nowhere. And I got the call. And I was staying in between. In fact, sorry. I've got 83 people watching. I gotta bring this up. Let me see if I can find the map. I won't have the pictures to show or whatever right now because I have no idea where I've got that stuff at the moment. But I can at least look here. All right, so here's the Four Corners. So there was Arizona over here, Utah here, Nevada here. So you got Las Vegas, Mesquite, which is where Stephen Paddock had one of his houses. Bunkerville is where Clive Bundy and his family lived, or still do. And I won't show you the exact location. I doubt they want people to know where their home is, but But out in this area here of Bunkerville is where the Bundy Ranch, the cattle ranch, was out there. Ammon Bundy is the son of, but anyway. So I was visiting Cliven's home there, and then St. George is over here. Where is the place I was staying? I'm trying to remember the name of it. And then over here in Arizona. Oh, where is it at? Let me see if I can find Cane Beds. There's Cane Beds right there. All right, so Cane Beds is where the funeral for Lavoy Finicum was. And so I was traveling back and forth, and I was looking for a location somewhere in the middle. Laverkin, I think it was a Quality, was it a Quality Inn? Let me see here. Oh, Best Western. Here it is. So I was staying at this Best Western. I was hoping I could go over here so you could see the parking lot, but it's not going to show me that side. So I was staying over here at this place. And you can see even in this photo, there's only a couple of cars there at the time that this was taken. But mine was the only car, and I was parked about here in this parking space. I'm in the hotel, and because I was traveling back and forth between Cane Beds and Las Vegas, I was doing interviews over there, and then Bunkerville, so traveling along here. I stayed up here so I could go either direction depending on what calls I was getting. So I get a call, and they're like, all right, we are going to meet in Cane Beds in like an hour and a half. And this is some of the militia leadership. So I hop in the car and I start, I go to leave, and I go out there and in the parking lot, get to my car, and somebody has gotten in the car. They, it's a rental car. The back window is halfway down and at an angle where you can see it's been jimmied open. And it's stuck. It's like they couldn't get it back up or something. So I'm like, ah, shoot. Who is? And I knew the FBI had been tailing me around because I took pictures of one of them. But anyway, I'm like, all right. So I hop in the car, and this is probably 8 or 9 o'clock, something like that. Maybe later. It was dark. So I take off, and I'm going down the highway, and it goes out into the desert. And I'm getting further and further from civilization out here. And you can see there's nothing out here. I mean, there are almost no people living here, right? I mean, look at this. You just go for miles and miles through the desert. Almost never come across anything. But because of this, you see how there's most of the road is passing lane. You can pass, and it's not hard to pass because there's so few cars out, especially at night. So after I left Laverkin, and shortly after I got on the highway, I'm coming along, and you can see there's these long stretches of highway, right? So I can see about a mile back, there was a car, because I could see the headlights back there. I'm like, whatever, no big deal. But this car, and I'm booking it. I'm probably doing 90 miles an hour down the highway because the it's straight, it's desert, there's nothing out there, and I'm in a rush. And it was probably 70, 75 miles an hour anyways, but I'm just flying. Well, this car is going really stinking fast because in no time flat, it has gone that mile, caught up to me, and they are now on my tail. And so I'm out here. I've got a car that clearly has no concern for the rules of the road. You know, I'm speeding, but they caught up to me. These guys had to have been doing a good 120 or more to catch up to me as fast as they did. But once they got up to me, they slowed down, and I slowed down just in case I thought maybe it's a troop, you know, probably not a state trooper out here, but who knows? So I slowed down to the speed limit, and they got on my bumper, and they stayed there. And they could have passed at any time. In fact, they had every opportunity to pass, but they didn't. And I'm starting to get nervous because this is not real long after they killed Lavoy Finicum when they got Ammon Bundy and the others to go out in the two vehicles and attack them. So I'm separated now from any other people. And this is the night of the funeral. We had the funeral earlier that day. And there's the picture of, let me see real quick. Cliven Bundy, Lavoy, Finicum. I'm just going to look real quick and see if there's the funeral for Lavoy Finicum. Rolling Stone magazine, for whatever reason, they were one of the people that they covered. I'm not seeing it real quick. But anyway, there's a picture of me walking in with Cliven Bundy at the funeral on Rolling Stone, and I'm not seeing it here. Cliven Bundy. Let's see if it shows up that way. Yeah, there's different funeral pictures, but I'm not seeing the one. But it was with their story. It was the main photo, us walking into the funeral. Anyway, it's that night, and we knew that the feds were monitoring because there's lots of militia there, and Ammon has been arrested at this point, and there's a lot of militia members that are very concerned because there were still 5 holdouts out there at the Malheur ranch, or Malheur, whatever they called it. David and 4 other guys, 4 other people. One was a woman. Still out there, surrounded by the FBI. FBI not wanting to move in case there's going to be a big shootout. But anyway, at the funeral, the FBI had a drone flying over. No, it wasn't a drone. It was they may have had a drone too, but it was a Cessna that they had rented, and they're flying loops or circles overhead, picking up audio, and also trying to grab our phones. And this whole trip was crazy. I mean, they heated up all of our phones at once and shut them down. There's all kinds of crazy crap going on. So anyway, odds are the people behind me are probably FBI. But they're on my tail. I'm out here in the desert. And as I'm traveling, I think I better let my wife, before I lose my signal, I better let my wife know my last location. And so I call her up and I say, listen, I don't want to spook you, but here is my general location. I'm on this highway between here and here. I got a car on my tail. It might be FBI. There's a chance they're going to stop me and take me in. I just want to let you know in case you don't hear from me. And before she can respond, my phone heats up in my hand and goes dead. My windows not the one that's jammed, but the other three start going up and down, but alternating, bzz, 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 like this. The radio starts turning itself on and off. Even though I've got my seatbelt on, the seatbelt alarm that goes off when you have your seatbelt off too long, ding, 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 it's going off. My headlights are flashing on and off. So all the electronics in the car are going haywire. And I've said it before, the first thing I did was I looked up in the sky because I was like, this is X-Files level crap. Maybe there's some kind of UFO or something. It was just that freaky. But I was thinking, no, they're jamming me. They're hitting me, and they're trying to turn my engine off, is what I was assuming. They're going to stop me that way. But after about maybe 30 seconds of this, it stopped. All the electronics went back to acting normal, and then the car pulled around me and took off, going really fast again down the highway. Now, by the time they take off, we're getting close to town. Let me see if I can find where it was. I think it was Cane Beds. I'm looking for well, that's where the funeral was. Or that's where they're from. We did the funeral. Where did we? I'm looking for the hotel. Oh, it was in Kanab. Cane Beds is where they lived. Kanab is where we did the funeral, and this is where I headed in. And so as I'm getting toward Kanab, and I sped up to follow these guys because I was like, I got to get their license plate so I could run it, because I used to have a subscription service where I could do license plate checks, which is how I found out that it was an FBI vehicle that popped up out there in Hawaii when I was in Hawaii. I had flown from North Carolina down to Mexico. One of my patrons was a billionaire who hosted me down in Cabo. I didn't tell anyone I was going down there because I didn't want to draw attention to him. But after that, I flew from Cabo to Hawaii. Got to Hawaii, stayed in an Airbnb. Not long after I checked in, a guy showed up, and I've shown that video too. I don't know if anyone remembers that. Maybe I'll put that up sometime soon. Some white guy shows up on the outside of the Airbnb knocking. I open the door and I'm like, yes, can I help you? And he said, oh, you must be Jake. And I didn't want to say yes because I didn't think he had a car. It's not the Airbnb owner. I said, who are you? And he smiled and he said, who are you visiting in Mexico? I'm like, well, definitely if this was the Airbnb owner, I didn't tell Airbnb I was going to Mexico. There's no way they could know I was just in Mexico. This has got to be intelligence or FBI. And so I'm a little spooked, and I said, who are you? I still haven't confirmed anything. Who are you? And he smiles again, and he picks up his phone, and he's already got somebody on the line, and he says, yeah, he's getting spooked. He's starting to ask me questions, and he just walks down the steps and stands for about 5 minutes down at the bottom of the steps at his car outside talking on the phone. And so I get out my phone, I'm recording, getting his plate, watching him. And, I'm barricading the door from the inside. And he left. And anyway, I had this subscription service, and I pulled the plate, and it traced back to, it was a license plate in Hawaii used by the FBI, most commonly by agents from the Salt Lake City office. So this guy was almost certainly Salt Lake City FBI. But anyway, so I'm getting into Kanab, and there's a BLM, Bureau of Land Management. Let me see if I can find where that building is. BLM, Bureau of Land Management. Right around here somewhere as you get into town. Here it is. All right. So I have sped up, and this is right as you're getting into town. I'm coming in. I don't remember which direction, probably this one, but the speed limit goes down to 35, and they're just booking it. And so for a little while, I'm trying to keep up with them, and I can't, not without, doing like 50 miles over the speed limit in a 35. So I'm like, dang it. So I back off, and I've got pictures of the car, but probably not, I can't see the license plate well enough. But anyway, I remember the location where I slowed down because it was here at the BLM building. But anyway, so we go forward, I go forward, and I get to the hotel, and I think this is this one it? Let me do. It's right across from another hotel. There's two hotels. The one that Cliven was at. No, that's not it. And then one that the FBI was staying at right across the street. Where is that at? Is this it? Oh, this might be it right here. Let's see. No, that's not it either. Dang it. Sorry, it's hard to tell from this street view. I may have gone too far. It wasn't that deep into town. Is it that one? No. I thought it was that looks like a hotel, doesn't it? And that's not it. Sorry, I know I'm wasting time here. Well, anyway. Is this it? Let me look at this intersection here. No, that's not it. I'd have to mess around and find it. But anyway, we were staying at one hotel. Was it the La Quinta? Let me see if there's a La Quinta there. For some reason, that's sticking in my head. Let me see. La Quinta. Yep, there's La Quinta. All right. So La Quinta had oh no, I think that's actually where I met somebody else. Never mind. Anyway, La Quinta is across. There was a brand new hotel that had just been built across the street from it. So we were all, just hypothetically, I'll say here, we were all here. All of these militia leaders, and directly, I mean immediately across the street was this other hotel, and there's all of these Escalade-looking vehicles, just tons of them, a whole fleet. The FBI was staying across the street from the hotel that the militia was staying at, which was definitely by design. Let me see if this will show me all hotels in the area. Let's see. Was it this Best Western too? Let's see. That might be it. Sorry, I get obsessive when I'm trying to figure something out. Yeah, this is it because you could get in through the side over here. There was a meeting room, and you could get in through here, and then across the street was this new hotel. Yeah, here's the Best Western. And across the street, this area right here, all of this was FBI vehicles. They were standing right across the street from us, right there. So anyway, I'm in here late at night having this meeting. But anyway, this is where I think that if I had gone over here and searched the parking lot, I would have found that car that was behind me. But they had been assigned to track. They were tracking me. And during that same trip, when I went over to Las Vegas and was interviewing a source there, they came right in. I was meeting him at McDonald's. Fortunately, his mother, he was a grown man, but his mother was with him. She was out in the parking lot. She was, he had been out at Malheur Ranch and was quite paranoid. And so he had his mom, because the FBI was picking up people day by day, grabbing them that had been out of the ranch. This guy was afraid he was going to be picked up. He wanted to, I had questions. We wanted to talk, but we needed to do it without our phones since the FBI was using it to listen in on us. Even if you weren't talking on the phone, they could use your phone. So we had left our phones out there. But anyway, the mom had stayed outside and to kind of keep watch. And she saw a vehicle pull up that had, they were silver plates. They were government plates. Rough looking guy got out, went inside, and she followed him in. And he set up, and I took pictures, the pictures you've seen that I've posted before of the guy that had on the black cap, the dark glasses, had the beard, dressed all in black. She walked around she walked around to his behind him. He had a laptop. He was standing up at a counter, kind of like one of those bar type things. I was in a corner booth talking to the guy, but he's working on the computer. She comes up behind him and can see on the desktop or on the laptop screen, it's the FBI logo. And so she walks around and comes over and says, FBI. So I'm like, screw this. So I stand up with my camera so he can see me. He's just across the room. We're looking at each other, and I'm taking pictures of him because I wanted to communicate. I know you idiots are following me. You're not doing a very good job. But anyway, in case he had recording devices that could pick up stuff, we didn't talk about anything significant. But those were some crazy days. Those were some intense days. They had a Fed informant. They had a Fed asset in that meeting when I was in there with Cliven. And trying to push Cliven to authorize him and his team to go in and try and exfiltrate these 5 people that were still at the Malheur Wildlife Refuge, which he wouldn't have done, but it would have implicated Cliven. And that's why, without me calling out this guy to his face, I kept speaking up. Anytime the guy was like, Cliven, all I need is you're okay. And I'd speak up. I'd say, careful, Cliven. This is not something for you to talk about out loud. And he fortunately never did. But I was like, They arrested him later on anyway for something different. crazy what our government does. And most people have normal lives, and you go about your day and you talk about conspiracies in the government, this, but you don't experience it. But I'm telling you guys, when you experience it, when you are being followed by the FBI, when you've got the FBI trying to intercept you as a journalist, trying to intercept your conversations, when they are shutting down your phone, or if you turn off your phone and they reactivate it in a meeting in front of people, like I would do, I'd take my phone and say, this is why you people need to be careful and stop your communications. Watch this. I power down my phone at a speech in militia. Say, watch this. Set it down. And this is, older phone. They turn it back on right there. That's how they do it. Because back then, certain phones, you had to have it on to be able to access the microphone. Later models, later phones, doesn't matter if your phone is on or off. So back then I was like, and this is why you take your battery out. I took the back off and separated the battery. But what I'm saying is, when you are, I don't want to say a victim, but you are a target of this kind of stuff, it really makes you have a wildly different perspective on the country you live in. Because you don't encounter this stuff on a daily basis. Normal people don't experience this. Or at least they don't know they're experiencing it. They don't know what's being done to them. But that's the crazy thing, is so many of us are targeted. It may not be directly targeted. It could be, that we're caught up. You're part of a network of a conversation, and they just, it catches a lot of what you're saying. A lot of people superficially involved, or just part of a, several layers deep in a network or something where you don't even know what's going on. You get caught up. It is scary. So the question in the chat, what is it that they were trying to achieve confiscating the Bundy Ranch? So what it essentially was the Bureau of Land Management. Much of the land out there in the West is federal land. It shouldn't be. According to the U.S. Constitution, only certain small portions of land are allocated for federal use. But they've just taken over tons of land out there. And in some states, 70% of the land of the entire state is considered federally controlled land, which is unconstitutional. So in the case of the Bundy family, this is just a family minding their own business. They have lived in the same place, very inhospitable part of the country. And the guy's a cattle rancher. Each head of cattle is expensive. And you have grazing rights. That's where you have the right to allow your cattle to graze over an extended area, including on areas that the federal government says, well, this is our land. Whatever. The Bundys had the right, they had the grazing rights. The BLM says, you know what, due to the desert tortoise or this whatever endangered thing, you can no longer let your cattle graze out here. Now, that would have destroyed their livelihood. And let me tell you, the Bundys are not well off financially. They're very satisfied minding their own business. They're one of these people, and maybe it's even rude of me to say it, but their home is not even finished. The exterior of the home doesn't have siding, or at least at that time, didn't have siding, didn't have stuff up. It looked pretty rough, but that helps to avoid taxes because the home is considered unfinished. But anyway, they keep to themselves. Very modest. The inside was what Carol Bundy did. She beautified the home. The home looked very nice, very, very comfortable inside. And they were very giving people. Every time I saw Carol, she was Cliven's wife. She's cooking for strangers. cooking huge amounts of food for a lot of people. But anyway, so the Bundys, they've got their cattle out there, and the BLM says, guess what? You owe us all this back money for the grazing that's been going on. And Cliven's like, no, I don't. And so they said, well, you can't let your cattle graze here. Yes, I can. And this escalates, and so they start shooting some of his cattle in helicopters flying over the property, basically using hired gunmen to shoot his cattle, some of his cattle, from the helicopter. And so this escalates. They start harassing the family. Some of the sons, he's got multiple sons, Ryan Bundy. Ammon Bundy was not living there, but Ryan lived in the area. A couple other sons. And then they start rounding up his cattle, saying, we're going to take it. Like these are thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of cattle that they basically steal. And in the process, with the Bundy family trying to protest, them by themselves, it wasn't sufficient. So what they did was they put a call out saying, hey, this is what the federal government is doing. Come support us. Well, then the federal government sets up out in the middle of nowhere, miles from where these incidents are happening. They say they set up a little cordoned off area and said, out in the desert. Comical. Here's your free speech area. You people coming in from out of town, you're allowed to stand in this area here. You know, miles from where anything's happening. You're allowed to stand here and exercise your free speech because we respect free speech. And then people are like, screw you. And so they're gathering in support of the Bundys. And one of the things they did, Ammon, there's video of him riding up on a four-wheeler because they're trying to get in front of some of the BLM trucks that they're using to round up the cattle. You know, and the idea is just to get in front of it. Well, they've got dogs out there. BLM agents have dogs on leashes barking at the people. I think one of them, I don't know if one of them bit his aunt or not, but anyway, they're close to. It was getting violent. And they go and they tase him, use a taser, and they're hitting him, and he's pulling the prongs off. And they have this standoff. And it continues to escalate because they've rounded up a bunch of cattle. And so before you know it, militia are pouring in from around the country into this little... Where'd we go here? Let me zoom out. Into this little area. There's Vegas. There's Bunkerville. And I'll show you, I don't know if there's any street view. Yeah. So this is street view. I just want you to see the kind of territory I'm talking about. There's nothing out here. This is what it looks like. So the cattle have to be able to go over large amounts of territory because there's so little vegetation for them to eat. It's not like a lot of parts of the country where the cows have got grass and they can just graze in certain areas. They have to be able to go over a large amount of territory to find enough to graze on. So this is out in the middle of nowhere. And this is how it all looks. So when I'm talking about their cattle ranch, I'm talking about this kind of territory. I'm not going to show you where they're at out here. But anyway, the BLM is out there, and they are starting to get nervous because hundreds of militia and real-life cowboys show up from the area, but also from out of town in support of the Bundys. And they end up in a big standoff because you've got all of the all of the FBI and BLM are gathered in on one side of a fence, and the cattle are on that side. On the other side of the fence, out here in the desert, you've got Clive Bundy and all of these armed American citizens. They're not threatening, but they're armed, legally armed. So you've got the armed federal government, armed American militia standing against them. So the question is, what are they after? Why were they so upset at Cliven? Well, it started out as a power struggle between the federal government and, American citizen saying, wait a second, we've got rights and you're usurping, infringing on our rights. That was bad enough. But then when you have the mobilization of masses of armed Americans standing up to the federal government when it's doing something wrong, can't have that. You cannot allow that to go unchallenged if you're the federal government. Because if you let them get away with it, if you let a group of hundreds of Americans with guns on their hips stand toe-to-toe with you and your federal agents as they try and rob you, if you let them get away with it once, they're going to do it again and again, and this is a problem. And the FBI has a genuine fear of militia groups. They consider American militias a greater threat than even the Mexican drug cartels. The number one most feared group in America by the FBI, and I've been told this by the FBI, are American militias. They fear their ability to network and mobilize, and they fear that they have the balls to get out there and face them. And they've got the gun training. A lot of these people are former military. They're veterans. So anyway, you have this big standoff, and Ammon Bundy was the voice, and he goes up and they're like, standing on either side of this fence, and they're like, look, tell these people to leave and we'll talk. And he's like, no, you're going to let these cattle go. And it's just surreal watching this footage, because these are like real life cowboys, men on horses with lassos, guns on their hips and cowboy hats on their heads, lined up. And then there's the federal agents on the other side. So they have a standoff, a real life standoff. And it could have been a bloodbath. The federal government realized that, and they backed down. They blinked, they backed down, and they let them go. And Cliven got the cattle back. But it made him public enemy number one, because he had rallied the people against the federal government and won. So they were determined to get Cliven and Ammon for their role in this. They needed to set an example. So anyway, it didn't help matters when Ammon thought, hey, we were successful here. Out in Oregon, there was a family that did a controlled burn, a similar kind of territory, a little bit like this. Did a controlled burn, burned a little bit more of this desert, area than what they had prescribed. But you do controlled burns on a regular basis to prevent bigger fires from happening that could threaten your land. But anyway, it burned a little more of the desert area than it was supposed to, and the government wanted to make an example of them, so the BLM went after them, and it went to court, and they got off. But a couple years passed, and they decided to prosecute them again for the same crime. And this time, they threw them in prison. A father and son. And it was an outrage, absolute outrage, what they did to the family. So, on behalf of this family Ammon Bundy, Cliven's son, and a group of militiamen went out to this remote, middle of nowhere Malheur bird sanctuary area. Let's see here. Let me see if it'll show up here real quick. So here's Oregon up here. So you can see nobody lives out here. You know why nobody lives there? Because the BLM spent years kicking people off their properties, suing the people in the area, pushing people, making it so they had to sell. They used lawfare against the people. Well, anyway, this one family, they were about the only family left in the area. And so that's why they put them in prison, because they wanted to take their land. Because, you know, these are jackbooted thugs. These are oppressive government bureaucrats. Well, anyway, this is out in the area. There's this tiny little complex. Is this it? It's actually been fixed up quite a bit from how it used to look, if this is it. I'm looking for I'm pretty sure based on the, if I remember right, this one's it. Let me make sure there's, or is it this one? No, that's just the refuge. So anyway, yeah, look, there's nobody living out here. So it's not like they went out and did anything. They've apparently built more buildings as part of the complex. So Ammon and a handful of guys went out here. Nobody was here. In fact, someone gave them the keys. The FBI knew in advance what they were going to do. They let them go forward with it. They came out here. There was basically one main building, and then there were some couple like storage units. This stuff is new. This stuff was not here at the time. So it's just this little building out here. Run down, nothing fancy, nobody present, and they occupied it. They basically said, this land here, what belonged to the people, the reason they occupied it was because there were records there, property records belonging to a lot of people who had had their stuff taken, and they were basically engaging in civil disobedience. Their crime was trespassing. They didn't threaten anyone. They didn't say, if you come out here, we're going to shoot you. They didn't say we're doing anything hostile. They went out there and they occupied it and slept in the buildings. That's it. That's all they did. They were willing to meet. Ammon and was saying, look, we'll meet with anybody. We'll discuss things, but we want these people freed. What you're doing to them is wrong. And from this point, Ammon was basically saying, we're going to stay out here and use this as an opportunity to teach. We're going to talk about land rights. We're going to talk about constitutional rights, what the role of the government is, what you guys can and can't do. And we're going to try and raise awareness of abuses of the federal government. They never said that employees can't come out there. They welcome them. In fact, the local community from Burns, the nearest community was up here in, well, there was Hines and Burns. These tiny little towns. But the community, they even brought school kids out here a few times to meet with Ammon and the others. So there was nothing threatening. It's not like terrorists or anything like that. Very friendly. One of the people that was staying out there was a friend of Ammon, older man in his mid to late 50s, I think, named Lavoy Finicum. Lavoy drove his pickup truck all the way from down here where I was talking about before, cane beds. He was a cattle rancher himself. Very similar situation. down here in Cane Beds. Also I visited his wife. This is after he was killed, sometime after he was killed. Very inhospitable territory. But anyway, so Lavoie traveled here. Lavoie was a big advocate, very smart man, simple man, kind man. But he went up to the Malheur Ranch. So the FBI is like, haha, we got him out here. We got all these people out here. And they turn it into a spectacle. They bring in hundreds of FBI agents who are swarming Burns and the surrounding area. They're bringing in anti-terror units, the FBI's anti-terrorism unit, the same people that they send around the world conducting anti-terrorism operations. And the thing was, most of the locals were on the side of the militia, which didn't help things out with the FBI. So the FBI already, because they knew in advance that this was going to take place because they had been monitoring Ammon, they had flipped some of these militia guys. So unbeknownst to Ammon, some of the men and some of the women, one of them was someone that I talked to frequently and was getting a lot of intel from. In fact, she's the one who took me out to Cliven's ranch because I didn't know how to get out there. Anyway, some of these people were FBI informants. And Ammon and the others didn't know it. As I learned which ones were informants, I'd send information out there and say, look, so-and-so, watch this person. The FBI was setting them up. One of the things they did was they took one guy, a Swiss guy, former Swiss, I think it was Switzerland, Swiss Special Forces. They send this guy in unsolicited. He's like, hey, let me teach some of you guys some of the stuff I know. You know how to blow up a car? And they're like, what? No, how do you blow up a car? He's like, oh yeah, well what you do is this, this, and this. And he's teaching them stuff that they're not asking for. He's volunteering it. Well, what the men didn't know is that this guy was on the payroll of the FBI. They were paying him to go in and do this, to tell them this stuff. Why? So that the FBI could then use that as pretext and for what they later did, the big raid that they did. They could argue that these guys were out there training in terrorism, how to blow up cars. That's how dirty the FBI is. They are the ones that initiated this. They are the ones whose people on the payroll did this, but they blamed it on these guys. And the I won't say who, but the head of security that was out there, the head of the militia security, was also an informant. I have to be careful, too, with what I say, because some of these people that were FBI informants, even though they were very deep involved in stuff there, they were never put in jail. Huh. Wonder why. It's because they're still out. They're still out, still doing work for the FBI as a condition of not being put in prison. Keep helping us. You can stay out. Stop helping us and feeding us information, and we're going to snatch you and prosecute you for this, 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 and this. Fabio Menaggio. Hey, we got defend your base out here. How did you know we were talking about this? Somebody in the chat told David we're talking about this stuff. Fabio Menaggio. David is a hero from the whole Malheur mess. How did you know? Somebody told you, because you don't normally watch my stuff. How in the world did you know? Now my conspiracy theory stuff's going off, David. Let me tell you something. For week after week after week, you've got these well-trained, tough guy men out there, and tough women, out there at the wildlife refuge. And you know who the last man standing is? The last person to stand up to the FBI the last person to stand his ground and not flee wasn't even a militia guy. What were you, David? Like you were out there helping with like their internet stuff or something like that. Jeez. It was impressive. It was impressive. Yeah, just a computer geek, but also shared a close connection to Lavoie, or at least was saw in Lavoie what a lot of people saw, which is that he was a good guy, wanted to do what was right, and anyway, it's tough to think about what they did. But anyway, I'm telling you, what I said earlier, most people go about their days not knowing this kind of stuff is happening in America. You hear about it, and it's easy to dismiss it as conspiracy theory. These people are paranoid. They think that the government's after them. They think the government does this. People on the left make fun of it. Oh, a bunch of conspiratards. But it's real. For a lot of people, this is real. They have experienced it. They've seen it. And we've got someone in the chat today who very much knows the extent, the lengths to which the government will go to come after you if you dare to speak out against abuses that they commit. So it was a dirty operation out there. You know, you've got one group of guys who are out there trying to take a stand and say, look, let's find a peaceful means. Fine. Maybe we're guilty of trespassing. Maybe. But at the very least, we're going to take a principled stand. We're engaging in nonviolent protest against abuses by the federal government. We're going to try and draw media attention to it. Ammon was out there. You know, these pocket constitutions that I'm selling? Ammon was one of the ones that was doing that. Before him, it was Ron Paul. I got my original ones from Ron Paul, but Ammon, you know, always had the pocket constitution. Lavoie had his pocket constitution there. In fact, I'll show you here. Let me switch my screen. But that's the main thing these guys were doing. That the main objective was not to make threats, not to cause trouble. It was trying to educate, trying to teach people, wait, you can't defend rights that you don't know about. You need to be familiar with what your rights are. And you do that by learning about the Constitution. Here's one of these pocket constitutions. Like that. That's one of the, you know, I sell those on my Blackstone merch site where I'll sign one and send it out for whatever it is, $6 or something like that. But anyway, you know, the idea came from Ammon, Lavoie, these guys out there, trying to teach people these are the rights. They don't come from the government. You are born with certain rights. They are called inalienable rights because government cannot take them away from you. And you need to advocate for yourselves, because if you don't stand up and tell the government, hey, you are overstepping your authority. You are now crossing from trying to be a do-gooder into outright, infringement of rights. You are taking away rights that you didn't give them to us. We are born as human beings with certain rights. And fortunately, we have those rights are enshrined in the Constitution. Not all of them. That's why we've got the 9th and 10th Amendments that say, oh yeah, and don't think that if a right is not listed here, that doesn't mean they don't exist. It just means that the rights are retained by the states or the people. what was that book that Lavoie wrote? Was it Last Man Standing or Last Cowboy Standing or something like that? Anyway, Lavoie wasn't the best writer in the world, but he wrote a fictionalized account. It was pretty interesting. I've got up on my shelf. I had to replace it. I've got an old first century oil lamp from Israel that was dug up in an excavation. But the first time I met Lavoie's wife, I gave her the one that I had for decades, with a note about, that it was an oil lamp, represented light, and that Lavoie, represented that to me, that he was someone trying to illuminate through education. Very peaceful guy, but also someone who wasn't going to be pushed around. You can be peaceful, but not let others abuse you. It was a terrible thing that he was taken away. Terrible thing. He was buried in a simple pine box that his family built for him. I remember when I walked into the room where his body was displayed, they just had it was just a pine box. It looked nice. The family had, his sons had built it, and I think they could have done something a lot more elaborate, but the family knew that's what he wanted. He had said, at some point, had communicated to them he didn't want them spending money on, coffins are like cheap ones, like $4,000. You can go broke trying to bury somebody. But they made a simple pine box. We had the funeral, and then they had a horse procession. They had, a lot of cowboys on horses that escorted the family a certain distance, and then they went a certain distance with just close family and buried him. But there were hundreds of people that came out there to the funeral. Hundreds. There could have been 1,000 people there. I wouldn't be surprised, at the church. And I sat right next to Cliven during the service. Met not Cleon Skousen, was it Royal Skousen? Not Royal. One of the Skousens. I'm trying to remember. Had a little Carol Bundy cooked a lot of food out in the parking lot that evening. Fed tons of people that were there. It was a really nice outpouring of support for Lavoie. And of course, like I said, the FBI had the Cessna flying that they had rented. Had the Cessna circling overhead as we're all out there. And I've shown pictures before, got the tail number and everything, because I zoomed in. I had had my long lens on the camera out there and got that. This is how we figured out what, where the plane came from. Called and talked to the company, said that the FBI had rented it. But what a mess. What a mess. I don't trust my government. I don't make trouble, but I don't trust the government. And that's why I'm so concerned about how so many people can, when a popular political figure like a Donald Trump or someone else, could have been Obama, but it's Trump, where people just fall all over themselves, willing to just take their common sense, their concerns about the government, and say, well, this guy, as long as he's in office, we're good. They talk about the deep state until their guy gets in, and then it's like, oh yeah, well, he's going to dismantle the deep state. You know about Palantir? You know what they're doing to expand the surveillance state? You know about the rise of all of these FEMA camps rounding up people all over the country? you know, primarily illegal aliens, but U.S. citizens getting mixed in there too. Do you not see how this is a precedent we don't want to follow? We don't want a system where people get used to seeing federalized kidnappings of people off the streets, where you don't know if to the average person watching, you don't know if these are American citizens or if they're non-citizens. You don't know their status. All you know is that a van pulls up, people in masks and with guns pour out, they snatch people, throw them in the vans and drive off, and refuse to show their faces, refuse to give any kind of identification like badge numbers or anything like that. I think that it is a mistake for people, especially those on the right, to say this kind of government activity I'm okay with, because they're not coming after me. They're going after people who I don't like or don't agree should be here or whatever else. If you say it's okay now, when either the party changes or conditions change, it could be you that they're coming after next time. So if you don't want to see this done against you, don't support it being done against others. We want a small federal government. We don't want a government that grows so big that we have to fear that government. We shouldn't be worried, am I safe to go out? Is the color of my skin enough for me to get snatched? You know, look at me. I don't look Hispanic at all. I don't have to worry about this, but if I was living in certain parts of the country right now, if I was of say Mexican ancestry and I lived in Los Angeles, you think I would go to Home Depot even if I needed something from there? Maybe I would do it, maybe, but I would be nervous about it because I look a certain way. So that's what I'm saying. We can deal with the issues of illegal immigration without having to enable the federal government, give the federal government these kinds of powers and say it's okay for you to do these things and to take people off to alligator, whatever they call it, alligator FEMA camp, and more are being built, by the way. We can deal with the problems without having to support the expansion of federal power. We need to focus, and any political power needs to be as close to home as possible. Because when it gets as big as it is, we end up in a situation like we are now where our legislators are not accountable to us. They don't give a damn what we think. Our members of Congress don't fear us. Why should they? They're funded by Israel. The Zionist lobby guarantees them continued seats as long as they do what they're supposed to. As long as they keep tweeting, in favor of AIPAC, as long as they keep pushing that yes button when they vote, the I button for funds to be distributed to Israel, that kind of stuff. As long as they've got that kind of support from the big donors that have vested interests in, various Zionist projects, they don't have to worry about us. What we want doesn't really matter. Our vote does not really matter. It should, but it's hard for someone like me chipping in $10 here, $10 there to a political campaign to have the kind of influence that comes with a super PAC that's been organized, that's bundling money together by the thousands and tens of thousands. Who do you think they're going to listen to? Me and my $10, or this guy over here from this company who managed to raise $200,000 for the candidate? So we've got to keep government small, keep it where we can continue to influence them. Sorry, I'm starting to cough. I've been streaming almost 6 hours now. I should probably wrap it up in a second. But anyway, That's all I have to say about that. I guess. I think did my chat start? I haven't seen anything in like 5 minutes in the chat. Maybe maybe people just aren't typing anymore. I'm not seeing anything. But anyway. So that's it. That's all I'm going to rant about tonight. Hey, Sharon Gregory. I guess folks are still away. I figure I put people to. Oh shoot! It's 4:30 in the morning almost. No wonder nobody's chatting. Hey, Sharon. Yeah, and I had promised people at the beginning of the show I was just going to do an hour this time. This is what I do. Fabio Menaggio. I forgot that name. What a name. Fabio Menaggio. John Kilman is the name that he used. Yeah, that's right. When he went out to the refuge out there, he didn't give his name as Fabio Menaggio, the government informant. He was using the name John Kilman. Yeah, he was overseeing the shooting range, but then was, going on beyond that, using an alias. Yeah, there were like 15 government informants out there. Yeah. Anyway. I don't remember. I think he was like Swiss military, but I could be wrong. It could be another country he had done some military service with, but anyway. Hey, there's Beyond the Veil. Says, I'm still kicking it. Good to see you out there. Anyway, yeah, defend your bases. Can't forget that name. I'll bet you can't. Dude. Oh man, the stuff you went through. What a crazy experience, all of that. I would think, David, I'm just guessing, that after all of that, trying to settle back into normal life, you know what it makes me think of? If you've seen the Lord of the Rings trilogy, after everything that the hobbits have been through, these guys who came out of the Shire, normal, happy life, the ups and downs of their lives really just revolve around growing, herbs and stuff like that. And they get swept up in this crazy adventure that takes them, all across Middle Earth. They're dealing with orcs and all of this stuff. And over the year or so that they're on this adventure, they change as a result of it. But at the end of the movie, the most poignant part of the Lord of the Rings trilogy that almost brings a tear to my eye every time I think about it is at the end, Frodo and Sam and Pippin and what's his bucket, they all go back to the Shire. And that scene where they're sitting in the tavern where they had started before they started out, they're sitting there with their ale. Everyone in the Shire, the other hobbits are just laughing, having a good time around them. And they're sitting there solemn, knowing that they're supposed to be integrating back into the life that they came from. But after what they've been through, how can they? It's surreal. They look around them, they see what's happening, and they just aren't part of it. And Frodo is so unable to return to normal life again. He can't reintegrate. He can't feel normal. He doesn't fit in this world anymore. And so eventually he goes off with the last of the elves. And I would think for David, something like that, had I been through all of that, I think I would feel a little like that, where trying to reintegrate into normal life after going through something um, so unique would be very hard. Very hard to feel like I could fit back in again. And I feel like that based on some of my own experiences, having lived in Southeast Asia and all the stuff that I did. I feel that way a little bit too. But certainly an experience like that, I think I would really struggle to fit back in, to feel normal again, especially with that direct experience with the power of the government in my life. It'd be tough. Anyway. Derek Thorson says, nearing bedtime. You know what? It's 4:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. David says, I feel stronger mentally, to be honest. Hey, man, you're resilient. That's good. That's good. I should talk to you sometime. Pick your brain. See how your perspective has changed, if at all. If it's deepened, if it's which way you've gone. It'd be interesting to chat with you sometime. You're raising chicken babies now, dude. I don't even know what state you're in at this point. And you don't have to say. I don't want to pry. I've had backyard chickens for the last 16 years. Ohio. I'm in North Carolina. That's great. Life goes on. Well, not for everyone, but anyway. Well, listen, it was fun to see you out there, David. What a fun thing to see you out there. Very nice. Well, listen, everyone, thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. I'm gonna wrap it up, and I'll continue to follow your comments here the next minute here while the chat is winding down. But I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. I gotta take my pup to the vet in the morning to get that rabies shot. So I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you so much, and we'll do another live stream here in a couple of days. Take care, guys.